Yep. Okay. I'm going to call the Star City Council meeting to order. It's Tuesday, February 7th, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the Star City Hall. I'd like you all to please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And please join us in invocation tonight. Bishop Cody Larson with the Floating Feather Ward will do our invocation. Thank you, sir.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity we have to gather tonight as a community, and we're thankful for the land that we live in, the freedoms we do enjoy. And we ask Thy Spirit to be in attendance with this meeting tonight, that there might be a spirit of peace, and that we might be able to be kind, even if we do not agree. We're grateful for these leaders and ask to please be with them, that they will have Thy Spirit to be with them as they make decisions and choices that affect our community, that they might be led in a way that be pleasing unto Thee. We give You thanks for this community, for those that are anxiously engaged. We ask a special blessing be upon our youth of this community, that they might have a strong desire to be engaged in good things and to make good choices, that we might be able to lead them in a way that's pleasing unto Thee. And we ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Roll call.
David Hershey,
Here.
Kevin Wheelock,
Here.
Trevor Chadwick,
Here.
Jennifer Salmonson, Kevin Nielsen.
Present.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4, approval of the consent agenda.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilwoman,
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of item 4A, the approval of claims provided and previously approved for 1/14/23 through 2/2/23.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey. Aye. Wheelock.
Aye.
Salmonson.
Aye.
Nielsen.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. On the item 5A, public hearing, this is a continuation for the Colt Heights subdivision. There's not any public testimony in this because we already did that in the last hearing. This is simply to get an answer and then to go to council deliberations. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, before we go on to that, on item 5F, I believe it is, the First Street Townhomes, the applicant asked us to table that to the February 21st meeting. So when we get to that, we'll do a motion to do that as well. Considering this might be a late night. So, okay. With that said, I'm going to ask the council if they had any ex parte contact or communication since the last hearing on this. And Councilman, just so everybody's aware, Councilman Nielsen will not be participating in this because he was not here during the original hearing. So he's going to be recused. Sitting quietly.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Do we have any ex parte contact or communication from the others?
None.
Hearing none, we will have there you are, Miss Becky. And it's a simple, only thing is to answer the question, if you reduce, but you got to go over there. You got to walk over to the right. To our left, my right.
Now you're confusing me.
I'm confused, right? But just to answer the question, if the applicant or the landowner is willing to reduce the lots from 5 to 4. And then from that answer, we'll go into council deliberations from there. Okay? Miss Becky?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I did have a meeting with my client concerning the number of lots. The question that my client asked me is, he said, originally when this project was approved, which is what is up there on the screen, he said, how many lots were there north of the Foothills ditch? And I said, there were 7. And he said, and how did we get to 5? And I said, well, that was required by the council as mitigation to try to preserve some of the vegetation, the trees, the wetlands area. And so his question to me is, so what are we doing to mitigate for our impact on this 10-acre parcel? I said, well, we basically have the 4.63 acres on the eastern side, and then we'll build a ranger path above the Foothills ditch. Am I not talking loud enough?
Sorry, Becky.
Gosh, I'm a loud talker. too. Surprises me. And so he said, asked me to put this plan together to better demonstrate to him what those building envelopes would look like. And as you can see, one of the things that I did do, and the pointer doesn't work. Is it me or is it? There we go.
It's you.
It's me. So one of the things that we did is in this drawing that I submitted to Sean is we darkened all of the trees and vegetation areas, the wetland area here, so you could see it better. And then we created these building envelopes. There are certain pads that would be buildable. And there are certain areas within the lots that will remain natural. And as you can see with these pads, you had asked me if it were possible, if my client were willing to combine this lot and this lot to make one lot. And his answer after looking at this building pad plan was, I don't see why that is necessary. We're basically approved in the development agreement for 5 lots. We've shown 5 lots. We've mitigated even more than what was initially proposed. I also reduced my street length to save these trees here. You can see them highlighted. And then I have a driveway that comes up to this building pad. I have a driveway that comes up and serves this lot and this lot. And then these 2 lots come off of here.
Okay.
And the question asked was the 36 versus the 29. And he said, if I have to.
So honestly, but we can't go back to that because the only question was.
The
that we-
question is
the five
he,
before.
he feels that he has mitigated.
Yeah.
We have done everything we can to save as many trees as possible. And we believe that we are entitled to 5 lots.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. So with that said, we will go to council deliberation and understand that there were some questions on the easement on the private street. But our code at 84D-3 says an easement, the private street shall be constructed on a perpetual egress easement or a single platted lot with access easement that provides access to all applicable properties on there when we're in the deliberations here. Chris? What do you want me to do? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to formally close the public hearing at 7:09. You get this stink eye from over there in the gallery over there, right? So 7:09. All right. But anyway, we'll go back to this easement on the private streets. So you get 2 options when you have a private street and the applicant has chosen to use the easement as their private street on this project. So with that said, we'll go to deliberations and you guys, you three, have to make a decision. And somebody can start. It's going to be a long night if you don't start.
I'll start.
Okay.
I am always going to be honest. I prefer the wider road as a general rule, regardless of public or private. I understand the people down below probably want to keep those trees. I don't think the homeowners are going to want to keep the trees once they buy the ground. That's my opinion. I love the building envelopes that you've built. I think they show what it's going to look like. And I think that's probably the best settlement between what I saw as the original drawing with all the lots just in a column shape. I think this is an improvement from that. And keep in mind, I'd still like the wider road, but I think this is a much improved plan from what we saw even a month ago.
Okay,
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman Thomason.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. I think that the applicant has gone to, pretty good lengths of preserving that open space, that natural space. And, they are entitled to the 5 lots. Right now, I think they could go up there and cut it all down and we would, we have no say over that. But they are making an effort to preserve that natural, all those trees and that natural area. So I think, this is a good design. Personally, I'm okay with the narrow streets. This is only going to serve 5 homes and I'm fine. So I'm fine with the narrow streets as long as it meets the fire department, which I believe it does. Let's see, and I think there was discussion last time about the, I think Councilman Hershey, you mentioned something about a waiver for the park impact fees.
That was
Yes.
only for 4 lots.
Or, okay, so then that would not apply. You don't see that applying to this. And then there's also discussion about, the applicant had proposed to, turn that natural space over. Let's see, is that lot 1, I believe, to the city? We haven't had much discussion about that, so I'd be interested to just know where the rest of you, are thinking, but I don't know.
I don't think we can talk about that because I don't think we can make it a condition to actually give it to us. If it's given to us, I think that's when we can talk about it. Is that correct or incorrect? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they made a mention of
Oh,
giving it to the
Oh,
city.
I remember that.
So what, if it was to be given to the city, it'd be something that we would look at putting in some sort of conservation
Yeah.
easement or whatnot to the concerns of the folks that are up there, so it never has the opportunity to get developed in the future. So, or what? Or a land trust, yeah.
So can we put that, I guess if we make a motion to approve it, can we put in that as a condition that it's, we still want to work out the details and make sure that we do want to accept it?
Yes, because we have to have conversations
Yes,
with
right.
those other entities
Right,
that do
right.
that, so.
Okay, so we can leave that piece still open or put in the condition that, further discussion, conversation needs to occur.
And you need to make sure that you get your easement for your pathway through the 1 lot or the 2 lots over there on the canal area.
Yes.
We talked about that as well.
So I will stop right there and see what others have to say.
Councilman Hershey?
Yes, well, I'm all for turning that into a forever, that last 5 acres.
Mhm.
Us, yes. But I think that discussion has to happen later. I'll put it shortly, question asked, question answered. It's actually more, believe it or not, than I thought we'd even get from there. I thought it'd just be like, nope. But, and truth be told, it's an entitlement. An entitlement's an entitlement that was granted to them a long time ago. But it stands, and I like what they're proposing to do. I like all the other conditions we talked about before that. So if someone has that list, I'll make a motion.
Sounds like you, Miss Councilwoman, you have it written
I
down.
don't know if I have the complete list. Sean, can Sean recite that list for us
Do you have the list of the
of
the pathway
conditions? Yeah.
easements, the,
I think there was an open fencing.
along the north?
Mr. Mayor and Council, so we had a, I believe we want to reestablish or reaffirm the 40-foot setback. Where's Becky? 40-foot setback on the north boundary to the property line. The public pathway easement along the foothill ditch running east and west into the and into the common area. And I just added put common lot into permanent open space as city park, conservation easement, or land trust.
Address. Okay. Entertain a motion?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion. With those items that Sean has noted, in addition, the density is only R1, correct? I think, yeah, I mean, it's zoned as R3, but it needs to be as R1. There's no private gate. That they do agree to the ITD proportionate share fees. There's fencing along the northern boundary of the development,
Open busy.
open style fencing, yep. Yeah, the public pathway easement
In the park
and the,
dedication.
and the park that further discussion happens for dedication of the open space park area to the city.
Okay,
And allowing the 28-foot width roadway.
okay, so we got a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, I forgot one other item.
Okay.
That also there should be a sidewalk installed along the wooden wagon lane for accessibility to the pathway.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wooden wagon, I
it's
think that's
that-
what it's listed on here.
I
Yeah.
think that's the name of it.
That's the road that connects the two. It's not a road yet.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have you want to modify your second?
Yes, sir, it's modified.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Salmonson.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 5B and C, which I think most everybody's here for tonight. So we moved it to the front of the list because we know that everybody doesn't want to be here all night. On this project, guys, so everybody's aware on your agenda, on the second page, this is the process for their public hearings. You all have to sign up to speak if you choose to speak. I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to ask the council if there's any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project. The applicant will have up to 20 minutes to present their project, and Jacob Qualls, our clerk, will be the timer over here and let you know when you get about 30 seconds to the end of your time limit. The council can ask the applicant questions and staff questions. That doesn't count towards those 20 minutes. Then we're going to have public testimony. So those that are for the project will speak first, and those that are against, and then those that are neutral. The council may ask the individual speaking follow-up questions. That does not count towards their 3 minutes. And the 3 minutes is what your public testimony timeframe is. And when you come up to speak, please state your name and address for the record. If you have it written out, it'd be great if you could provide that written testimony, to write out whatever you're speaking to Jacob, our clerk, so it gets put in the minutes. After the individuals speak, the applicant will have a 10-minute rebuttal. The council can ask the applicant and staff questions. I will close this public hearing, unlike the last one I was trying not to do. The council will deliberate, and then a motion is going to be made to approve with conditions, deny, or table application to a date certain in the future. So I'm glad everybody's here because this is the process. This is how we do this, right? We get public input on projects. But we need to make certain that there's no cheering, clapping, jeering, or speaking out during the hearing. Only the person that's at the podium, whatever side you're on, gets the floor to speak. We want to make sure our hearing stays civil so everyone can be heard. So I appreciate everybody, and it is 7:20, 10 minutes early, and I think I told people out in the hall we would get there. And I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the council if they have any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project. And just to be clear, we're opening the public hearing for both 5B, the Medici Vista subdivision annexation, and 5C, the Medici Hill subdivision. We're going to speak to both of them.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if we make any motion of any type, it applies to both?
No, if at the end of the hearing, the first motion is always going to be for the Vista subdivision first, because that's the annexation path for the second one.
Thank
So
you.
we got to do the first and then the second.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman Solomon.
I have another question. So I saw in the packet that there was some question about the timeline between the neighborhood meeting and the date that the application was filed.
Yep.
So can you please,
Yeah, Sean, you want to speak to that real quick?
I saw that. That was in page 50.
Hang on a second, Sean. He had to get his file.
I apologize for putting you on the spot. Should
Mr. Mayor and Council, so a question came up from a representative for the Hillsdale Association regarding the application submittal and acceptance process. So staff went back and viewed the file and the timelines, and has determined that the neighborhood meeting was done and the application was submitted within the confines of the requirements for the code. So we can move forward with the meeting tonight, the active application.
So I'm going to just clarify that too. So there was a question about that with the application being filed and the timing of the payment, right? But I just so everybody's aware, last year we held every single application until we finished our city code and our comprehensive plan amendments, which happened in June and July. So the payment didn't happen until after we finished those. So, because none of them were accepted until after. So they had to follow our current comp plan and code.
Okay. So I thought I saw in our report, there's two different dates that, there's a date that it was submitted, and then there was another date that it was received. like accepted. Yeah. And
The application was
Talking about. So
The application was submitted on March 2nd, 2022. We held that application, all the other applications up while we completed our zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan.
all right.
We accepted the application on September 27th, 2022. So the question came about, was the neighborhood meeting on February 8th valid? And my answer is yes, because the application was submitted on March 2nd, 2022. It was accepted on 9/27, but it was submitted in our code. The language in our code says that it needs to be submitted within a 3-month period of the neighborhood meeting, and it was. And so that's why we're able to move forward.
Got it.
got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Or June 2nd, yeah.
Okay, with that said, any
All right.
ex parte contact or communication regarding this project?
None.
None on both.
None.
Okay, hearing none. We are opening the public here, or it's open. So where's the applicant? There you are. If you want to come up here, state your name and address. You got 20 minutes. And the clerk, Jacob Qualls, will be your timer.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Blaine Warmer with Warmer Engineering. We're located at 4355 West Emerald Street, Suite 145 in Boise. And we are presenting the project this evening for you. With me tonight is we have Andrew Newell, who is with our office. He did the bulk of the detail work on the project. So if technical questions come up, he'll be on deck for that. And we also have representatives of the ownership and development team here. Adrian Golf would be the one to come up if you have any specific questions for the developer. With that, the items before you tonight are the annexation and zoning of a project called Medici Vista, located at 4401 North Pollard Lane, and the annexation, zoning, and preliminary plat for Medici Hills, located on the west side of State Highway 16 between Deep Canyon Drive and Pollard Lane. Medici, see if I can make this part work. There you go. That's Medici Hills there, and Medici Vista is right there. Medici Vista is, and I'm remiss, I'm sorry, the representative for Medici Vista is also here. His name is Mr. Mike Holman. That is how Medici Hills is going to get its primary access, is through the Medici Vista project. Medici Vista includes 13.1 acres, and the requested zoning for the property is R1. Medici Hills totals 48.7 acres, and the requested zoning for that property is R2. Both properties are designated as a state rural residential in the city's comprehensive plan. We are not proposing to change that designation and believe that the requested R2 zone for Medici Hills and resulting density of 1.52 dwelling units to the acre is an appropriate transition between the commercial and mixed use comprehensive plan designations to the south and east of the property, and to the Hillsdale Estates to the north and west. The Medici Hills preliminary plat proposes 74 lots, single family residential lots, and 11 common open space lots, resulting in the 1.52 dwelling units to the acre I alluded to earlier. Private streets are proposed to be maintained by the Property Homeowners Association, and a typical private street is shown right there, and it's very hard to read, but it's a 60-foot right-of-way with 36 feet back of curb to back of curb, and 5-foot sidewalks on either side, parkway sidewalks. Lot sizes for the Medici Hills subdivision range from 12,373 square feet to 35,713 square feet, with the average lot size being 19,242 square feet. Open space has been provided in the Medici Hills subdivision per the city's development code. Required open space for the R2 zone is 15% of the project area. Medici Hills project meets the requirement by providing 17% open space. The code also specifies that 10% of the open space must be qualified as usable open space. The staff report indicates, as I'm sure you've seen, that we have calculated 9.54% usable open space and would have to request a waiver of the council to leave the project as is. Tonight, we're not requesting that waiver, and we will work with staff. Should we be fortunate to get approval, we'll work with staff to adjust the plan to make sure that we achieve at least the minimum 10% usable open space. I'd like to talk a little bit about grading, as this project is not a typical flatland development. As you can see from reviewing the existing conditions exhibit, there is significant topographic relief on the site. To facilitate the development of the property as shown, we are proposing terrace grading of the site with an emphasis on contour grading and revegetation to give the cut slopes a natural appearance. The results of that effort are slopes between backyards of rows of lots, providing enhanced views and privacy. Through the conceptual grading effort, we have endeavored to assure that homes within the Hillside Estates subdivision would not be negatively impacted by the proposed project with respect to their existing views. I'll go forward a little bit to the grading exhibit. The minimum elevation differential between the Hillsdale Estates and Medici Hills highest building pad is approximately 55 feet. That is in this area right here. So the home on lot 7 right there for Hillsdale Estates and our highest pad along this row, the differential is 55 feet. With a maximum building height for the R2 zone of 35 feet, it's pretty obvious that the Hillsdale Estates subdivision would not have a negative impact on their views that are existing at this time. Section 8.2.3 of the city's comprehensive plan addresses hillside development. A portion of the plan describes the Medici Hills project topography and proximity to Hillsdale Estates almost exactly, and I'm going to quote that section. Densities not exceeding 1 to 2 units to the acre are to be encouraged in areas of the floodplain, ridgeline developable areas, hillside developable areas, and where new residential lots are proposed immediately adjacent to existing residential lots of greater than 1 acre, where those existing larger lots are not likely to be subdivided in the future. Hillsdale Estates would be a good example of it. And the quote goes on to say, clustering is allowed to preserve open space. One thing I do want to point out before I go on. There we go.
You want to start them, Sean, real quick?
Okay. The comprehensive plan goes on to address steep slopes, areas with over, and this is the quote from the comp plan as well. Areas of over 25% slope are to be no development areas except for city trails and where isolated areas of steep slope are located on property where the site grading can easily be modified to buildable area. In those cases where grading can be accomplished to modify the isolated steep slope areas, the surrounding land designation shall apply within the area designated steep slope. Now, from review of this exhibit, our position is those areas that are in red, that are in excess of 25%, are clearly isolated areas. A non-isolated areas, in our opinion, would be if the west, say the northerly portion of the site was relatively flat, it didn't have the 25% slopes, but you move further south on the development, we had 25% slopes that went on and continue south and would go on to other properties as well. So these, again, in our opinion, are qualify as isolated areas according to this portion of the comp plan and allows for the terrace and contour grading that we're proposing. This section right here, again, it doesn't go back, Sean.
Ryan Field?
Oh, sorry. I should have remembered that from the tutorial. Okay. We have a cross-section we've drawn here that shows what we tried to accomplish with the site grading. Again, if you look and you see the boulder lines that are in the middle of the project and on the west boundary as well, with north being to the left, you'll see those are proposed contours and the resulting slopes between the Hillsdale Estates, our project, and then rows of lots within our subdivision itself. So when we go forward here, you see the blue line there creates the terrace grading that we have there that basically cuts and fills to follow the natural slope of the existing ground. A quick word regarding lot grading. Hillside development requires extra attention to slope and lot drainage. Stormwater runoff generated on the contoured slopes as we're proposing need to be intercepted in a concrete V-ditch at the bottom of the slope and conveyed to the storm drain system within the subdivision. So what we're proposing there is, you can see the slope to the right, water runoff from the replanted manufactured slope drains to the V-ditch. The V-ditch drains laterally to and is intercepted by a storm drain that goes back out to the street. That way the water from the slope stays off the pad The concrete V ditch itself is situated within a common lot for perpetual maintenance. And that way we're not getting cross lot drainage. This will prevent the flooding and the flooding potential of the individual building pads during high intensity storms. Individual pads will also have a 1% slope, 1% graded swale, I should say, that directs stormwater generated on the building pad itself to the street and ultimately to the storm drain system. This system of drainage for the building pads and slopes will prevent cross lot drainage and potential maintenance issues in the future. So this is a cross-section view of how those pads would be graded. You can see the building pads are level. There's drainage swales on the sides of the lots. And again, this prevents lot-to-lot drainage, which can be obviously a concern for perpetual maintenance and homeowners association maintenance. Lastly, we've lately been hearing a lot of talk about the Medici Hill site being used as a dump in the past. There have even been social media posts claiming this and social media posts refuting it. All we know, and this includes the knowledge of our client, the owner, is that we had a geotechnical firm excavate 15 foot of depth in 8 locations scattered throughout the site. And they confirmed that they found absolutely no debris in those excavations. However, if there has been dumping performed on the site in the past, and it's discovered during site grading, should we be approved, the contractor and developer would be responsible to contact the Department of Environmental Quality and remediate the site in accordance with DEQ protocols. So this is really an issue for our client, if you will, because obviously we're hoping that this didn't go on, but if it is found that it did go on, then they will be responsible for removing it and completely remediating the site before grading can continue. So with that, I'd like to just state that we reviewed the staff report in detail with our client. We concur with the findings and we agree to the conditions of approval as written. I should point out one of those conditions that came up that we had actually worked out temporary access with ITD from Highway 16 with the access to the south through the Medici Vista project to Pollard Lane as a future access. The city, Ryan, your city engineer in particular, has conditioned that our project at the very beginning make our primary access off of Pollard Lane through Medici Vista, and our client has agreed to do that. So our access to Highway 16 will be emergency vehicle only. So residents in the subdivision themselves won't be able to use that access as even a secondary access. It'll be emergency vehicles only. So with that, I would be happy to try to answer any questions the council may have. And we'll certainly come back afterwards as you
Okay.
indicated.
Council have any questions of the applicant?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
really appreciate the detail that you've gone into to address, some of these things that make this application unique. I'm wanting to know what is your application about? These are the things you're going to mitigate and how you're going to do it.
It's not.
These are the things you're going to mitigate and how you're going to do it. But tell us a little bit more about your application. What's your neighborhood going to look like? What are your landscaping plans? What are your house? What kind of houses do you plan to put on them? Things like that.
Okay. There is a conceptual landscape plan in your packet that was prepared by our landscape architect.
Sure. And I've reviewed that, but I'm pretty sure that the folks out here haven't. So
Sean, do we have that on a slide by any chance? And also our client provided typical homes that they anticipate building on the site, and we'll be happy to show you those as well. I guess the engineering part of all this wasn't exciting enough, right? I guess probably what I should, since we have that up, what we should talk about a little bit about is the project is conditioned to provide 3 amenities. And the 3 amenities that are proposed on the subdivision are a community trail through the middle of the project, a pocket park on the north end. I can point that out to you. The pocket park will be right about there where the arrow is, and then the trail goes through a landscape trail area. And then down here, and the landscape architect would have to be here to describe exactly what that is, but it's called a butterfly plaza, whatever that is, but it looks nice on the next exhibit. So basically, I think it probably complies with the code section with public art is one of the amenities you can provide. So we have some active and then passive amenities that we're proposing as a part of it. And then you have the houses as well. Adrian could probably come up here and tell you more about the houses, but and that's if you have any questions once you've seen what the styles and quality is proposed.
I think our intent in our code is to have housing elevations as part of the application and be tied to the development agreement, because I'm going to just be honest, what we're seeing is oftentimes this stuff gets sold and somebody else takes it over, and then we're dealing with a whole nother nightmare without that. And we want to make sure that what's being sold to the public is truly what's going to be put there.
Sure.
Right. And not do this bait and switch thing in the future.
Sure.
So I think those elevations are important.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I provided you with those elevations on your.
Right. Can we pull them up on here?
I don't have I'm looking for a copy. Not hooked up to my shared drive, unfortunately.
Yeah, we need to.
Mr. Mayor, while we're taking testimony, I'll get those downloaded so we can.
You want to download? We
show
can
those.
have them go make some copies and hand them out to everybody to see it too.
Well,
You get it downloaded.
easier if I just download them. Mr. Mayor, while the applicant's up, I do also want to talk about one more thing, if it's okay.
Yep.
While you're talking with them. So a late issue came up regarding the transitional lots in the transitional section of our zoning ordinance. And so regarding the transitional lot requirements in the code, and I did run this by the applicant, so he can address that after I'm finished. So our code requires when we have a special transitional overlay designation on our comprehensive plan, which we have 2 areas adjacent to this property, one on the north side and one on the west side. Regarding the west side transitional, so there is one lot. So the majority of the western boundary is adjacent to open space within the Hillsdale subdivision. However, there is one lot located right here that abuts the proposed subdivision. And the requirement in the code, which is in the section right here, requires that a 1 acre transition lot be included along any transitional designated areas. And so with that, we would have a condition of approval that those 5 lots 18 through 22 within the Medici Hills subdivision would have to be combined to create 1 acre lots against that existing lot. That second area to the north, which would be on the north side of West Deep Canyon Drive, is a little bit different circumstance because it is an undeveloped lot. It's actually in a separate subdivision. It's not in the Hillsdale subdivision. And the way the code reads that if the lot does have the potential to redevelop, it does not fall under that requirement of that transitional lot area. So the lots in the north would not need to be
Correct.
redesigned. So if you want to just kind of address that briefly, that you're aware of that requirement.
Yes, we are now aware of that and we're willing to adjust as necessary to comply, of course.
That'll help you get to your 10% open space.
Just might.
And Mr. Mayor, this testimony I would like to get into the record as part of the findings that we've, I'm adding this to the staff report, this section of the code.
Okay. Any further questions there, Councilman Nielsen? You were.
Yes, sir. So we have this printout of some sample homes, and I know Sean's going to make this so that y'all can see it. These look like beautiful homes that will fit nicely on the 1.5 to 2 acre lots that are proposed for the Medici Vista subdivision. I doubt that these are representative of what we'll see in Medici Hills. And do we have any sort of elevations or examples of what's being planned in the Medici Hills subdivision?
Mr. Mayor,
These were provided by our client from Medici Hills, not Vista.
And those lots are large enough to fit these
Yes.
homes? Fantastic.
Those are nice homes. Not gonna lie. Do you have more questions there, Councilman, before
I yield for now.
Okay. I do have a question. I do want to talk about the slope issue. If we can go back to their presentation real quick for me. I believe our intent of our comprehensive plan when we put this was not to remove mountains to make development work. That's my opinion. I don't know what it's their opinion, but I believe we should be doing everything we can to protect how this looks and not terrace a whole hillside and an area to fit a project. That's the way I've always felt with this stuff. When you have these 25% slopes right here and this, go back. Nope. This is what happens when you have Sean operate the machine. I'm going to tell you, we do this in our staff meetings and it about makes us sick. But when you look at that proposed finish grade, how steep that is off the side, to me, that causes heartburn for me on that, right? Between the two levels of properties. If I'm reading this correctly, I have a fear, honestly, of slippage and slidage when you're moving mountains and bringing in dirt to create terraces and stuff like that.
Well, and hillside development like this is done all the time. Now, how it fits into your comp plan is what we're discussing tonight. But I can tell you from an engineering standpoint that 2-to-1 slopes are grossly stable. That's what we're proposing. And when you do have situations where you have potential for landslide or they call out of slope bedding components, that you actually go and you do what they call buttress cutting and you lay it back even further and then bring it back up to 2-to-1 so that you make sure you don't have any of those, any potential for slippage or landslide. So from a safety standpoint, I can guarantee you that from an engineering standpoint, these things can be graded safely. They're done all the time. And again, I go back, I think the question here is the interpretation of how this meets with your code. And as I stated earlier, I believe in this particular project, the way your comp plan is written is that these are truly isolated 25% slope areas. That was our position.
But it is part of the natural features that we have out in that area and have had forever.
Sure.
Right. So that's something we're gonna have to work around on here and see what the other council feels about that. You did address the issue that I had about Highway 16, so that's good because Highway 16 is going to be an expressway and ITD has actually already started the environmental study process to make that an expressway from Emmett. So I'm happy to hear that you're not going to take access off of 16. So anybody else have any further questions at this time? I'm sure I'm going to have more, I promise you, because I usually.
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
So speaking about Pollard Lane, I also am glad to hear that the main access point isn't off of Highway 16, but I am sorry about that. But I am concerned about the traffic on Pollard Lane that this will produce. So are you proposing any improvements along Pollard Lane?
Pollard Lane would be improved along the frontage of Medici Vista. And a left turn lane, it will be installed on or constructed on Highway 16 to provide for traffic left turn movements off of Highway 16 safely onto Pollard Lane for the right turn into Medici Hills.
Okay. All right, I'll go back and look at the ACHD report. I don't recall offhand if they were asking for further improvements on Pollard Lane, but
That's
I'll
no
go ahead.
ACHD. Their letter basically restricted the improvements to Medici Vista frontage.
just that frontage.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we count that as an arterial. Is that right? Or collector, Pollard. Collector. So on collectors, ACHD doesn't require development right now to improve collectors overall, right? They used impact fees for that? Yeah.
But the applicant is correct. They will be required to do improvements on their front.
On their frontage,
their-
but then we can't make them do it all the way down. ACHD won't do that, right?
So that would come from the
Yeah.
impact fees.
Which is unfortunate because that's the
Right.
fight and struggle we have.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And then secondly, so thank you for providing those elevations for the Medici Hills piece. But I'm curious, I think for the annexation for both pieces, including, the Vista one, that because that area, I think it includes some steep slope in that property as well. And so should we be also requiring to see building elevations, a development agreement, and a concept plan for that annexation? So that I think is in our code.
I believe there's a concept plan for Medici Vista in your packet.
Yeah, there's one in there
Oh,
for that.
yes, you're right. There is one for the concept, but there wasn't in the development agreement.
Development.
There will be a
agreement for
development
both-
agreement with that one too.
Both projects are a condition of approval for.
And elevations for that portion, for the concept.
So in my opinion, since they're not moving forward with the preliminary plat for that we put in the development agreement that they have to come back at the time of preliminary plat with the elevations to be approved with it.
Correct. And we would also modify the development agreement to add those elevations and any other conditions that would come out of that preliminary plat into the overall development agreement.
Mr.
All
Mayor,
right. Oh, go ahead.
Where'd that come from? Oh, back
Ryan.
there. Sorry.
Ryan Morgan, city engineer. I just might add that as I looked at that lower one, and I get confused as to which one's Hills and Vistas, but I believe that's Vistas. It does not have any 25% slopes. So it's not as critical per the comp plan. So I agree that we would like to see something, but it doesn't have the 25% slopes that have been discussed so much for Hills.
I thought that I saw on the comprehensive plan map that there is some section that is designated as steep slope in that property area. It is small, but it is there. So, I guess, again, so I'll just read it when it says in the code.
You're speaking into that because for whatever reason, it's not picking us up like it used to.
So section 8-1B-1B says a development agreement, building elevations, including front and rear when backing up to a collector or arterial street, and concept plans shall be required for any annexation or rezone to commercial, mixed use, or residential use, or land which includes steep slope. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay.
So regarding the pathway, I saw in your letter that you're proposing, a nice walking path along the canal, but I didn't see it in the landscaping map. So the narrative discussed it, but it wasn't in the landscape map. So I just wanted to confirm that there is plan for a pathway there. I didn't see it in the concept either, or the,
Yes, it's, I'm not seeing it in that or the blow up, you're right. But yes, that is to be included.
okay. And then the pathway that connects to Hillsdale, going up north. I think that there's one on the plan. Are you still proposing that? Have the neighbors to the north agreed to it?
Well, we were wanting to provide a nice connection there, but they will have to agree to it, the
Okay.
homeowners association.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Yeah, clarification from my point of view, the left turn lane that you're gonna proposing is gonna be off of Highway 16 onto Pollard?
Correct.
Okay. And that's
It's going
the
northbound.
other entrance that's farther down is not to be anything but emergency vehicles, correct?
Correct.
The other question I had was the isolated steep slopes. How do you define isolated steep slopes when a finger comes out to the middle of the subdivision, you're gonna just level that off? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well,
If you could bring the red picture back up. That's the one.
yes, the one in the middle is, in our opinion, clearly isolated. The one as you go, the red area as you go to the southeast portion of our property, we're not grading that area. So that area isn't being touched. As you can see where the lots lay, they start west of that location. But the two strips, or actually 3 strips of 25% slope you see there, in our opinion, is the isolated areas.
Will you highlight that?
Sure.
Will you highlight that so everybody understands that the two that you're talking about? Right there,
Right
okay?
there, those two, and then this one right.
Yeah, see, and I don't believe that's as isolated. It's leveling off a mountain to me to lower it all to fit your plan. And I'd prefer it be left the original hilly slopey area that it used to be, or it is now.
Mhm.
We've had a development happen before I was here, just around the corner, that leveled off a whole mountain and moved it over and then put it back in somewhere else it wasn't. And I think that's going around our intent from my point of view.
Okay,
I have a follow-on question to that, Mr. Mayor.
okay, Councilman Hershey?
It says 25% slopes plus. What's the plus?
Well, in those areas, that was just our top. That was the highest that we went. If in some of those areas there's 30% slopes, that we covered everything that's 25% higher. That was the goal of the exhibit.
Yeah, I'm along the lines of that is a lot of earth. I mean, just an awful lot, but I'll wait and see as this progresses. Just something to think about.
Okay, any further questions? You'll have another bite at them too at the end. So anything else right now? Any questions of staff? Or let him sit down? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to the public testimony portion of it. And like I said, please state your name and address for the record when you come up here. After you state your address, then that's when your time starts. We don't count that against you. If you have a name, and if I butcher your name, I'm sorry up front. Okay, just apologize for that. We don't have any further people that signed up in favor. We have several people that want to speak. We have several people that signed up that are in favor that don't want to speak. So we're going to move on to the against, and we'll start with Mr. Cornelius. Zoom in. Okay, so thank you. So Mr. Cornelius said I answered his question with my question. You got that? Okay. Yes. Speaking the mic. So guys, you have to do the Mayor Chadwick version of eat your mic when you're speaking tonight, please. Okay. Mr. Devin Connor. And thank you for delivering that to our clerk. Appreciate that.
Good evening. My name is Devin Connor. My address is 5486 North Star Ridge Lane in Star. I'm here I do have questions about the property, and some of it has been answered by the city engineer. But my question around this is, I'm the owner of the parcel on the west side that directly abuts the proposed subdivision. And I noticed when looking through the comprehensive land map that basically the special transition overlay area, my property doesn't technically have that listed in the map. I believe it was an oversight because my property is no different than all of Hillsdale, and all of Hillsdale subdivision has been listed on the map that way. So my request tonight is that, and I think that was kind of covered, that my property be able to be have the same protections of the special overlay with regards to building code 8-3B-3, and require that, since my lot is 1.95 acres, that the lots abutting mine conform to the 1 acre or larger parcel size.
Mr. Connor, can you do me a favor? Will you point out which one's yours with the
What lot numbers?
Let's say here. Yeah, right where he's at with the mouse pointer.
Mr. Mayor,
That is
Mr. Mayor, that's the property that I spoke of earlier that we're.
That's one of
we
the
are-
highlights.
We are.
okay, so
we are gonna
okay,
require
got
So
it.
you got, I appreciate that.
Got it. Okay.
Last minute thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, so yeah, that was the basis of my presentation, is I just wanted to make sure that my property that, gets counted for that's taken into account for any kind of approval or any kind of modifications to the building plan. I also have concerns regarding the fire chief saying the current location of the water tower isn't sufficient and that it needs to be moved to a higher elevation. And with that elevation, that pretty much for that property, if the hill is leveled, if that existing hill is leveled, higher elevation is basically right out my back door, because that's the highest point for the proposed lot or proposed subdivision. I would ask that if that's the case, that any mitigations that can be done and put in as conditional of agreement between, the design, the size, and any screening to not affect our view would be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it. While you're standing here, I want to ask our city engineer, who's also the water, sewer and waters engineer, a question about that. If the fire department is saying the water flows need to be, the tower needs to be higher, can it be a tower that's buried in the ground like you guys did up by Calina Vista?
Most of our tanks, we prefer to be buried, and that was actually one of my concerns as well. One of my comments was that the tank needed to be moved to a higher elevation. So typically when we do our tanks, you'll see 5 to 10 feet of wall only, and the rest of the tank is buried. If we can put this in a location that's high enough, we can reduce that to even 3 to 4 feet. So we will definitely work with neighbors. That lot has to be large enough that we can have 50 feet in all directions. So screening and mitigation is definitely something that we can talk with the neighbors and work with.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, you bet. Thank you.
Mayor Chadwick.
Hang on one second, sir. He may.
That's fine. I just want to confirm from staff that the lot he's referring to is the lot that we are considering it in the overlay district. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the lot that was highlighted earlier.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify that, Mr. Mayor. So on our comprehensive plan, when we, it was a couple years ago when we designated, it was actually longer ago than that, when we designated the Hillsdale subdivision as that special transition, we missed his lot in that shading. However, I think the intent is that any lot that was part of any residential lot part of Hillsdale was in that transition. So just wanted to clarify that.
Yep. Okay. Miss Amber McCormick.
Figured you won't be able to hear me with the mask on, so.
And make sure that microphone gets pulled down a little bit towards you, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Can you? Oh, yes, you can. My name is Amber McCormick, and I'm also at the 5486 North Star Ridge Lane. So I'll just say that half my paragraph is already done because you guys have been addressing with the transitional area. Thank you. Thank you. There's additional, and it's thrilling to hear about the water tank because that was also a concern as well. We are definitely, oh, dang it. I'm so sorry. Okay. So the additional things that I'd like to bring up for attention are, number one, where the property goes against ours. Is there screening or like some sort of privacy wall or anything along those lines that's slated to separate between our house and the subdivision below us? Privacy both for us, but also for the people below because of us being at a higher level. So is there any sort of screening planned? Because we'd ask for like, preferably like a masonry wall and then maybe some natural landscaping or something to kind of obstruct just rooftops from what has been for 20. So next year will be 20 years that we've lived at the property. So we definitely, we've always known development would happen, but we definitely didn't expect quite the volume that's coming. And so some privacy screening and nature screening to kind of try to help maintain our own property value, because that is definitely a big concern to us. Same goes, sounds like the water tank, small thing, but maybe a little bit of nature screening is there as well. And just trying to ensure that property values for the people behind you are also respected. But I think that you've already addressed a lot of it, so I don't want to take up more of your time. So just screening, protections, and addressing the slopes. I'm very concerned about that. So thank you for really hammering down on that. We looked at property at one point in the Warm Springs Mesa area, so followed closely what happened there. So anything that you can do to aggressively prevent something like that happening, especially because at this point we've been living on that property for 20 plus, almost 20 years, and anything that happens would be beyond our control with what happens below us. So just bear that in mind and to please consider that.
Okay. You good?
I think so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is that 3 minutes? Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Oh, and
Thank you. Love it. Okay. Mr. Niles Norquist. And that whole unit moves too, guys, so you can pull it down if you need to closer for speaking purposes. So.
Does that sound good?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to express my appreciation for the cogent questions you've been asking. And a lot of the issues that I was going to bring here this morning.
So just real quick, before we start, we need to start your name and
Niles
address.
Norquist, 4652 North Echo Summit Place, Star.
All right, thank you.
A lot of those issues have now been through what our engineer has expressed and the staff has required addresses those things, particularly on Highway 16. There are a few things that I do want to cover, but for the most part, you're honing in on exactly what my concerns are. Highway 16 is going to be a 5-lane road. I have real questions, and maybe we can bring up the button on the bottom. Is that it?
You want a different slide or you're trying to highlight it?
I'm just trying to bring up the grading or the
Oh.
plot plan.
Sean, we'll have to do that one real quick for you.
Thank you. Any of the plot plans shows a lot of range. If in driving down Highway 16, you can take a look at the berming that's going on right now. You get a pretty good idea what the right-of-way requirements are going to be for the future alignment. I can't see in this, based on what's going on, that those lots on the lower section that abut Highway 16 are not going to be in conflict with that. And I guess it's a question for the engineers to address this. IDT did not. Why, I don't know. That's a curious thing for me. That's one thing. Second thing, I did not see any of the crossing of the Farmers Union Canal addressed in any of the responses. I don't know if they were even asked to respond to any of this, because there's going to be that one crossing that I'm aware of, and walkways and pathways adjacent to the canal that also there is going to require their approval. The steep slopes, I don't share the opinion that those are just isolated. I think they are a substantial part of the character of this property. The grading that's being done, and maybe you can bring up the grading plan itself. Come down a little bit. Keep going. No, keep going. Yeah, there you are. The one below it. This is not the plan that I found in my packet, but I think it goes to illustrate what my concerns would be. These are north and east facing slopes, steep slopes. In this environment, planting and stabilizing that slope is not easy. And it's one of the requests that was made in some of the staff inquiries to the applicant. I'm curious as to how they intend to plant those slopes and maintain them when you're dealing with north and east facing slopes that are not going to get the sunlight and are going to get a pretty severe winter exposure. The grading plan showed an intercept ditch along the Deep Canyon right-of-way to intercept any flow from that right-of-way onto this property. And that's perfectly appropriate. However, there is no intercept ditch or swale across the top of the property where Lot 7 in Hillsdale is draining down. Any water, the natural flow that comes off that hill now is going to go over that slope. Also, this grading is coming right to the property line. There is no easement back from the property line. I would suggest that requires some kind of subjacent support in that location to ensure that that slope is stable. The soils report, page 7, states that
I'm going to have to
Atlas has
catch off here
not-
pretty quick, sir.
Okay. Atlas has not performed a numerical slope stabilization study. Soils on site are not sufficiently stable to allow vertical cuts greater than 4 feet to stand for an extended period of time. These are not vertical cuts, but the stability of this site material is something that really needs to be attended to.
Okay. Hey, do you have that written by chance?
No.
Written out what you're talking about?
You mean that quotation?
Yeah, everything there, that we could give it to the clerk.
I can hand you the whole thing.
He will take it.
All right.
You,
Turn in your
yeah,
homework.
that's right. You own it.
Turn in your homework.
Mhm. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Gordon Sony?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Gordon Sonnet. I live at 12670 West Deep Canyon Drive, Star. I'm not going to get into all the nitty gritty about what you folks have already covered, but you are asking the right questions about slope, drainage, and all of that. What I am going to get into is whether or not that intended subdivision was at one time an old county dump. I've only been up here in Idaho for about 11 years, and I hadn't been here a year when a couple of old timers, older than me, if you can believe it, said that they remember going down in that location when they were kids with their parents, dumping anything and everything that needed to be dumped down there. I wasn't here. I can't attest to that, but I know what several people have told me, and the information is still coming in. I've looked at that area. I went down there. I walked through it. Let me back up a little bit. I'm not against the development as long as it's done the proper legal way and everything is by the book. But we went to a meeting down at the River House here 8-10 months ago, whenever it was, with these folks, and they presented their program. And I asked the lady that was presenting, I said, "Excuse me, ma'am, didn't that used to be an old county dump?" And the first thing she says was, "No, that was farther down and they just dumped some asphalt and concrete." I didn't bother to tell her down from where. I didn't tell you it was up or down or where. But anyway, so that I left it go at that. And I went by that area about 3 or 4 days later, maybe a week later. There'd been some digging done in there, down in there. And there were a couple of, I call them sniffer tubes. I think they were looking for methane gas. And that's all well and good. I don't know what they found out. But when I walked through there, just on a stroll walking my dog, I saw a lot of metal and things about 1.5 feet, 2 feet down below the ground level. And from what I've been told, and I've got a drawing, and it's an old aerial flyover of that area. They didn't put their tubes, sniffer tubes, in the right spot. They needed to put them closer to the mountain to the north. And so I went to IDEQ and I took them the information I had. I shared it with them and I said, "I'm just concerned that some property owner doesn't know what he's got there, or some unsuspecting buyer might buy a lot. And they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning after they build an expensive house, and their little kids got a headache because they're smelling methane gas in there. If that turns out not to be the case, then I've wasted your time and mine too. But my guts are telling me there was something there. That mountain that's on the north side where the old county dump was, God didn't put those dozer tracks and those track layer marks on that mountain all around it, and then push down in the area where the old dump, where I think the old dump was. Somebody did that. God don't have a dozer up there with a blade on it.
You got
So
15
something's
seconds.
going on. It's gone on for a long time. How long ago? I don't know. But I'm just concerned that this unsuspecting buyer or seller doesn't know what he's got, or some unsuspecting buyer builds there and comes to find out, which would all equal big lawsuits and a big
Yep.
washout.
Okay, your time is up, Mr. Gordon. But I will tell you though, if this does get approved, they're going to have to, they'll be required to comply with whatever the DEQ requires them to do before they can build. So I do understand your concerns with the dump. John.
Took all my
Take a look at it.
information to IDEQ and they said they were going to turn it over to you folks.
And I don't think we received that.
That's exactly right. You haven't received anything. So
Yeah.
I'll get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, see, we've got Mr. Keith Hill.
Seems that was an issue when I came in.
You what?
I'm an asterisk.
Oh,
fan.
it wasn't an issue for me.
Thank you. So I have a question before I even say my name, and that is, if I don't present something that's written, is this recorded? Because
It is recorded. Yeah, everything's recorded. and your times hasn't started yet, but it's just for clarification, so he has it to add to the record. So,
Because my sense of it is this will be on the settled record of a lawsuit. So, and that is my strong sense of this for two reasons. Number one, this was a dump. My name is Keith Hill, Keithhill. I live at 8602 West High Ridge Lane, Eagle, Idaho. I am directly across the street. This was a dump. Now, I feel good for the city of Star because my primary concern in coming here was to warn you guys that I thought it would put you in legal peril. The good news is that the engineer says that they will mitigate anything they come across. So that alleviates that. Let's go to the issue. One other piece of advice for the dais here. I'm pleased to hear that there will be a north turn lane off 16 to get into Pollard when it's multiple lanes, but regards the issue as to whether you can make it a condition. Cheerful piece of advice. Under Land Use Procedures Act in the state of Idaho, your decisions are presumed correct until challenged. So if you demand it as a condition that they pay for that turn lane, that'll stand until it's challenged. I think they'd have a heck of a time trying to win that under Land Use Procedures Act, as long as you're protecting health, safety, and welfare, and as long as you are not arbitrary and capricious. That is my counsel. You have counsel, but that's mine. Next item. God does not have dozer tracks. Brilliant statement. In God we trust. Leave the topography the way it is. Do not let them terrace this. You will have landslides. I have seen the kind of rain this year. If you leave some exposed area over there, Hillsdale will actually be in peril because of what crumbles in front of them. That really needs to remain the same. I don't have any objection to them building over there. I happen to think it ought to be R10 so that it's one house for every 10 acres and you make it fit within the existing.
so I just want to tell you, R10 and Star is 10 units to an acre.
Oh, no.
So don't state that. I want to make sure you understand that.
All right. I would like to say that it needs to be 10-acre lots for each building, in my opinion, and that you make that work with the existing topography. Then you've got a beautiful area. They can charge more for it. They won't spend millions of dollars terracing this, causing potential problems. And the less they dig, the less likely they'll run into that dump because it is there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Scott Emmerich.
Hi, is it on?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Scott Emmerich, 4981 North High Prairie Place in Star. I want to pick on the date of the application scab a little bit. If you refer to pages 180 and 184 in the council packet, I believe it's on page 184, you will see a handwritten signature of 6/3/2022. On page 180, and there's a hand signature there for the Vista Medici Hills. For the Medici Vista on page 180, it's June 2nd. I believe that does exceed the 3-month requirement of city code by about a month. The reason this is really important is because the concerns that are brought up during the neighborhood meeting are supposed to be addressed by the applicant. And I've not seen any of those issues addressed. Mr. Gordon testified about the dump being addressed, and that hasn't been addressed at all. So that's one point. The second point is during, I think, the applicant's presentation, Sean, you brought up a map and it showed the lots to the north as not being in Hillsdale. That is not correct. If you bring up that map, maybe scroll down to like 24. Yeah. Yeah, those are Hillsdale lots. Those were annexed in from Gold Fork on April 10th, 2000. They are in the comprehensive plan map as transitional lots. So I believe that means that the northern lots along the proposed subdivision does need to have transitional lots.
Mr. Mayor, staff would disagree with that.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. All right, we'll move on to see, is it Miss Abby Germain?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Abby Germain with Elam and Burke on behalf of the Hillsdale Estates Homeowners Association. Address for the record, 251 East Front Street, Boise, Idaho, 83701. I will be very mindful of my 3 minutes. And many of the issues that the HOA has concerns with have been addressed by the public so far. I would direct the council to the formal comments that were submitted on behalf of the HOA on February 2nd. Those are contained in your packet this evening. I would also like to draw the council's attention to the report that's been provided by the city engineer, Mr. Ryan Morgan. That report was provided on January 31st, only 8 days ago. I would note for the council that at the end of that report, Mr. Morgan states that he believes that those conditions must be met prior to approval. So we're not talking about conditions that are being asked of the applicant as a condition of approval, but instead that those requirements be addressed and be mitigated prior to the council's consideration and approval of this application. Specifically, there are some concerns related to the requirements of municipal code and the comprehensive plan, specifically municipal code 8-6-3 and 8-1B-1 requires that certain aspects related to traffic and access be addressed prior to acceptance of an application and prior to the city council holding a public hearing on those matters. And that has not been done here. What we have is everything changing at the last minute. So adjustments are being made to this application at the 11th hour. They have not been reviewed by ITD. They have not been reviewed by ACHD. And therefore, this council should not consider this application at this date and time until there's been feedback by those agencies. I would also like to address a statement that was made by the applicant related to access by Hillsdale Estates. The statement was made that they are in conversations related to that access. That's incorrect. They have had those conversations and Hillsdale Estates has decided to deny access. They believe that that would be detrimental to the property and to the homeowners currently there. So that access has been denied. As it relates to the geotechnical report that the applicant says was done in relation to a potential landfill and dump on the site, we have not seen that report, nor was that report conducted or reviewed by DEQ. So that is another element that should be addressed prior to approval. How much time do I have?
You got 30 seconds.
All right.
You're doing good.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what this really comes down to are there are many conditions that have been discussed this evening, but what really needs to happen is these issues need to be addressed prior to approval. Pardon the metaphor, but once the horse is out of the barn, it's really hard to go back and redo these things. So we would implore the council to deny the applications as presented and give the time for the applicant and the city staff to work out these issues as well as other third-party agencies. Thank you.
Quick question.
Hey,
Sorry.
ma'am, real quick. Councilman Hershey has a question.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was trying to take notes and I can't write or read. But that's what were those agencies you said got the last minute notification have not responded?
So Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ITD and ACHD have provided initial reviews, but those I believe were conducted in October and November. That does not address the new revisions to the traffic and access. So for example, it was discussed tonight that primary access would be taken not off of State Highway 16, we have no idea how ITD and ACHD feel about those revisions and those changes, or if they have necessary improvements that they would require under those changes.
Thank you. I was just making sure I captured that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's see here. We'll go down to, it looks like Miss, is it Sherry Shields? Huh? Sherry, I'm sorry. I was trying not to be like everybody. Sherry, okay, go ahead.
Before we begin, I would like to submit a petition with 173 fellow Ada County and Star residents who have concerns
So
about.
state your name and address, please, first for the record.
My name is Cherie Shields. I reside at 9947 West Langtree Gulch Road in Star. I appreciate this council's time and the amount of questions that you've been asking in regards to this project. Many of my concerns have already been addressed. I do want to ask specifically in regards to the exit onto Highway 16. ITD addressed in their letter that it is supposed to be temporary and emergency use. I know that they do have an alternate road drawn in Medici Vista. Have those plans been submitted? And do you plan to have those approved before the project starts? The grading has been covered extensively, so I will not go over that. So what I would like to go over is the density of the project. In the comprehensive plan, the spirit of this council and the current comprehensive plan states that you guys plan to preserve and maintain existing rural housing and development in an increasing urban environment. In addition, you state that your plan is to encourage the development of a diverse community that provides a mixture of land uses and housing types. If you guys drive the sister communities that this will be lining with, you'll see that this is rural development. There are no sidewalks. Some of the communities do not even have street lights. Those of us who've chosen to live in rural Idaho love it, and rural Star. The openness, the feel of it, we chose it for a specific reason. We back up to BLM land. A lot of us do animals, and we chose to be there for the lack of light pollution and traffic. This council has prided itself on the diversity, and I do appreciate that. But I would implore you to take a look at the City of Star's council approval ratings, or I'm sorry, approvals from 2015 until now of all current pending and approved projects. 65% of those projects were rated R3 or higher. 18 of them are R2, and only 5 of them are rated R1. Given the rural structure of these communities, I do ask that this council consider changing the lot sizes of these to all be 1 acre, or to work around the beautiful mountains and landscaping that already exists in this area. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you did give him a copy of that, right?
I gave him a copy of the petition.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Awesome. You're right up. It's in shorthand. Yeah. Okay. We got Chris Todd.
Evening, Mayor, Council, Chris Todd, personal address 10497 West Deep Canyon Drive, Star, Idaho 83669. We got a hillside going on. We got all sorts of stuff going on in Star. Something new. Yes, we had Trident Ridge. I think the city learned a lot from that subdivision, especially the Beacon Light kind of pre-foothills, if you would. A lot of the stuff that I was going to hit on has been hit on by Niles tonight. Also the attorney that's here representing the HOA board. A couple items that I just wanted to bring forward on top of what's already been stated today. Number one, wildlife corridor, pedestrian path that goes from Deep Canyon down to the Farmers Union is vital. Deer, we have turkeys, coyotes, fox, every raptor you can think of. It's a cool place to stop and look with your kids every morning when you're going to school and see what pops out of that little drainage area or that draw. It connects into the Farmers Union Canal because that's a byway for our wildlife now. They've been pushed out of certain areas, and so they need these corridors just like people need pedestrian paths. Something to be aware of is something to tie in, or for the developer to tie in the future, is a multi-use type of path or byway that connects the north to the south. The way they have it right now, There's a butterfly garden that's right on Highway 16. That Highway 16 butterfly garden is built onto a slope that's at least 40% probably slope, Mr. Hershey. When you're there, you'll see the Farmers Union come up and then a steep hill right next to it. There's been no license agreements or pre-planning, I don't think, with Farmers Union. They are a tough jurisdiction to work with because they don't have the manpower a lot of times. But I think for this application, they're very relevant with what's going on because it borders their site. A couple of items in terms of Hillside for the city of Star to look forward to for 2023 and into the future. A couple of things that the city can require that you can't maybe require, well, you could require it as part of their development agreement or conditions of approval, is a full soils report. That's required with a preliminary plat. A geology report, which is a little bit different than a soils report, but that gets you into a lot of good information in terms of slope, design, east, we heard about east and north, and toes and cuts and fills and all of that good stuff. These are just my opinions. I do believe that the developer, the owners have a right to develop their property if done in a way that is responsible and follows the guidelines from the city of Star. In terms of the isolation of those slopes, that's a tough argument for the engineer to make, I believe. All of those slopes that you're seeing are tied in with the foothills. We've heard maybe some of them are a little bit man-made from previous agriculture farm use, residents that are in the area historically that maybe built up some of those slopes. But I would say that they're not isolated, that they're actually part of the Star foothills.
About 15 seconds, Chris.
With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions of Chris? Okay, thank you. Okay, we have, let's see, Mr. Eric Wiseman, I think something. Huh? Wiseman, I'm sorry. Wiseman.
I've never been accused of such, though.
It must be from the Hershey family.
Or one of the three, maybe.
You know, it's an election year.
I know. All right, so state
After
your
that
name.
comment, you got my vote.
That's right. State your name
Not
and
for me.
address for the record.
Eric Weissman, I live at 10060 Highway 16. I'm actually in Eagle, so I'm way north. I'm north of the drag strip. As the young lady sitting to my right already said, there's a reason why we moved out to a rural area. It's to keep it rural. I came from out of town, as in not this state. And I moved here because of that reason, because this was wide open. Unfortunately, and I know building is going to happen and expansion is going to happen. However, coming from where I came from, I can tell you now that you're going to miss what you've lost, and you won't know what you've lost until you've lost it. This particular area, as everybody's already said, is quite hilly. Putting postage stamp sized lots on that particular area is not going to even fit anything within what looks like what's already around it. I have a background in public safety, so I haven't been able to see any of these reports or anything because obviously I don't live in Star. My concern is with where's the water going to come from? We're already seeing problems with water and whatnot. We've been in a drought for I don't know how many years now. I used to see the sheriff's department do a bang up job running enforcement along Highway 16. Now they can't as much as what they used to because of all the high density living that's going in now. The other concern I have is I am in the Star Fire District. Is there going to be any more fire stations that are going to be built that are going to be able to support this? Are we going to hire more deputies from Ada County in order to help alleviate some of their backlog or call volume? Those are my main concerns. Maybe they've already been addressed. I don't know, but that's what I wanted to share. That's how I felt.
Okay, no, and that's some great points there. And I just want to point out a couple things just so you're aware what we're doing in Star. When we're talking about Star Fire District, yes, they're building a new station on Floating Feather to service your area better and
Great.
the
Thank
area
you.
there. Yeah, Station 53. I'm like, I couldn't figure out what you were saying it for. The deputies for Ada County. So we contract with Ada County Sheriff. We actually put in place last September a mitigation fee structure to help pay for this, where new development helps pay for new firefighters and new police personnel, which no one else has done that in the state. And so it's $1,120 per lot for the police and $1,200 for the fire.
All right, thank you.
Just so you're aware that is being, we're looking at that stuff very deeply, really, in this town. I'm trying to make sure that we have enough public safety in place for everybody. Because Hillsdale, I mean, you're north, but Hillsdale has Star Fire, and quite often our deputies are the ones that service that area as well. So it's a partnership that we got to make sure we have. So I just wanted to point those out for you.
No,
so you
I
knew that.
appreciate that, and I didn't know that had been covered. So
Yep.
that's why I wanted to bring it up.
It wasn't covered. I just want to let you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Tonight, but it's
Right.
actually happening.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, on to this page. We got Mr. Todd Collins. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Todd Collins, and I live at 4718 North Echo Summit Way in Star, Idaho. My presentation tonight is titled Dead Man's Curve. And I implore the council as well as ITD to further examine the intersections proposed to go into Medici. Although the applicant is now making the entrance into Medici Hills only an emergency access only, ITT actually gave them approval for full access on a temporary basis without any improvements on Highway 16 into Medici Hills. ITD also approved access onto Pollard as long as a left turn lane was created on 16 to provide left turns onto Pollard. However, they said that they did not need to build this lane, left turn lane, until August of 2025. So this is going to leave many, many people in danger at this intersection as they attempt to turn left onto Pollard above the golf course without a left turn lane. Not only will those people be in danger, but the people coming up Highway 16 at 60 miles an hour, curving through an S curve with limited sight, and then suddenly coming upon cars that are stopped on Highway 16, waiting to make a left turn onto Pollard. In order to make this intersection safe, it would require not only a left turn lane onto Pollard, but a right turn for southbound traffic who want to turn right onto Pollard, as well as a left turn lane going from Pollard to North Highway 16 so that they do not impede the traffic that wish to turn right on Pollard down Highway 16. And one other additional improvement should be made as well, and that would be an acceleration lane for those turning right from Pollard down Highway 16 to accelerate to a sufficient speed to merge into the southbound traffic. These are a lot of improvements that need to be made, both to Highway 16 and Pollard. And I'm guessing there's nobody that wants to pay for all of it. But the solution is a lot simpler than that. For the last 15 years, I've been driving up Highway 16 multiple times a day to turn on to Deep Canyon. And I always thought in the back of my mind,
About 15 seconds, just so you were.
always thought in the back of my mind that Pollard would eventually be closed when the traffic became sufficient enough or development came our way. And that's what I'm proposing that be done. That Pollard should be closed at Highway 16. And the main access to Medici Hills would be to turn left on Beacon Light and then right to go north on Pollard Road, which will take them directly into their development.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's see, we got Miss Joyce, the Augustine. Thank you. Because you tried to tell me out there and I couldn't do it. I got it spelled right here.
Let me say it. It's D'Agostino.
That's it.
Yeah. Just real quick, this is pretty selfish of me because the things I have concerns about really concern me and my properties because first of all, I guess I'd give you my address.
Before you get on that, spell
Yeah.
your address stuff too.
So I don't live there anymore, but I used to use it.
We
Okay.
still need your address.
2521 North 24th Street, Boise, Idaho. So I used to live at 4401 and my husband and I owned the property that is to the left, which is 40 acres, and then the 4401, which is the Medici Vista. And then I own the 15 and a half to the east. And so I've got the 40 acres on the left of west of Medici Vista, and then the 15 and a half to the right. And so it's just all flat land. I mean, not flat land, but it's all vacant land. There isn't anything that's constructed on either one of those two parcels. I know that coming up Pollard, I believe you guys have stubbed in a road to my property to the west, the 40 acres. I just want to confirm that because I haven't really seen anything that for sure says that that's the case. So yes, no, we don't know. They're also in a very preliminary plat for that Medici Vista. To the north was a street stubbed in to my 40 acres to the west called Katerina. And I've heard tonight that that's a no more, that's gone. So I guess my concern is that you guys have all that whole entire subdivision of Medici Hills coming down Magdalena, which turns into Pollard. Am I correct on that? Can someone confirm? Okay, that's a lot of traffic. And that's all fine and good. I suppose ITD is taking that into consideration. But I want to make sure that I'm going to be able to access my 40 acres. Now, at the north of my 40 acres, it dead ends into Echo Summit going into, because I've lived there way before Hillsdale was built. And they couldn't landlock me. So anyways, I just want to make sure that I'm going to have access from my 40 acres or someday somebody else, whoever may want to develop it. I doubt that I'm going to be the one to do that. But I want to make sure that I'm going to have access to come out of that 40 acres by whatever you guys have put in place.
So are you asking for a stub road to go into that 40 acres on the west? Or?
I've seen a preliminary plat that shows a stub road, come up Pollard, it 90s over to the highway. And so Medici Vista is right at the 90.
Right. This one right here over on the west, right?
I don't know. I'm terrible with maps. So
show her where Pollard is on here, Sean.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
there. So that stub road there, you want to make certain that that stub road stays.
I want to make sure that the stub is going to stub
you.
off of Pollard into my, I think you guys call it Morrow right now. Is that the name of the road?
I'm not sure. We don't name the roads.
Okay. I've seen that on a plat. So. Morrow. Okay. That is the case and it is in place. And why was Katerina taken away to the north?
Is it taken away? Because I show it showing on here.
Mr. Mayor, right now, this is just the concept plan. We do not have a plat.
So, okay, but
Well,
on the
this-
concept, it hasn't been taken away off of here for your knowledge, correct?
I did have someone from staff tell me tonight that that's not. on-
Katerina up there on the right, Sean, on the right of this plan.
This is just a concept plan.
No, I understand. I get that. My point though is that hasn't been taken off by anybody, even on this concept. We can require that to be put there along with the other one. Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, it does, whatever you guys decide, I'm sure you have the best interests of all the landowners in mind when you make these decisions. Well, I would hope. But anyways, it's not gone then is what you're saying. It could technically still appear.
We can make that a condition to require
I'm
those
not asking
access.
that. I just am saying, take into consideration that there's still 40 acres that may be developed at some point. That's just south of Hillsdale Estate.
No,
someday.
So this is the time if you want it, for us to put it as a condition in the development agreement to make certain that those access points are there. So we can't just say if we want it. If you want it, we can put it in there like it's shown.
Well, here's the concern, is that I already am very familiar with Hillsdale Estates, and I know that people are not going to want any development on that 40 acres to come off of Echo Summit and go through their subdivision to get
Right.
out. I already know what would happen to whoever tries to develop this 40 acres. And so they're going to need to be able to come out from that 40 acres somewhere. As long, I mean, if it's going to be at Pollard there, right down at the end where it 90s over to the highway, just make sure there's access is all I'm asking.
Okay. We will make sure there's access.
All right.
Okay.
That was it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Robert Falau. Are you still here, Robert? There you are. You got tired of standing in the back?
Robert Falau, 2203 North City Lane, Star, Idaho. I wasn't too familiar with this proposal, and wow, there is a lot going on. I'd like to follow up on a question that I haven't heard addressed, which was I would like to ask staff if there is a vicinity map in the packet that you could pull up. And in particular, the point that you made, Sean, about the area to the north not being in a special transition area, and why those lots on the north wouldn't need to be transitional lots. So I'd like to have a response to that. It sounds to me that there are so many last minute changes and additions on this that multiple people have brought up, as well as particularly the attorney that spoke, that I would also second that this should probably be denied, if not tabled, with letting the applicant fulfill all the necessary requirements thoroughly, because believe me, I totally understand that last minute changes do not allow the public their input that they should have before consideration. That's kind of all I have to say at this point, because there's a lot going on and there's a lot's been said very well. So thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. You kept up on that one? Okay, that's all that signed up to testify, to speak. So we're going to have the applicant come back up and rebut. Well, what's your name? Okay, yep, come up here real quick. Well, you got to state your name and address first, and then you could ask the question. And
Okay, so it's Linda Wombold, 5188 North High Prairie Place, Star, Idaho. I'm in the Hillsdale community. So when that area comes in, like when we go in, there's trees, it's a lovely area to access Hillsdale. When I look at that, it seems like, is that going to take all those trees out on the south side of that? Okay, that's
on the Wild Branch? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, Deep Canyon, right there?
Yes, like
Oh,
when you
that's on your-
first. Pardon?
I believe all those trees are on the HOA's property for Hillsdale.
That's what I wanted to make sure that they would not be bumping.
Okay, so we have the applicant come back up.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Blaine Walmer again. I took what I think is pretty good notes on everybody's concerns. I understand I have 10 minutes, so if you want to give me a little warning, because
okay, got it.
May get close to that. Thank you. First gentleman that came up was Devin Connor, concerned that his property was out of the transition zone. I think Sean handled that. The water tank conversation, I'm glad somebody brought that up. We've done some preliminary calculations in our office, and yes, we're going to have to do some grading to get that tank higher so that we can get domestic pressures where they need to be at a minimum. And in working with Ryan's office over there, we'll be sure to make that final location, height of that tank as innocuous as possible, certainly with respect to views. And I think that based on our preliminary calculations and pressures and what we need to get to our pad elevations, we've certainly got a path to do that during the improvement plan stage and final platting of the project. Amber McCormick, fencing along the west, which would be our west boundary as it abuts up to the project. I'm sorry. Yes, that was along our west boundary where our slope is. I'm sorry. I didn't have a chance to talk to our client about what their ideas for fencing was, but it kind of ties into another gentleman's comment or question, and that was the slope offset to where the top of the slope starts relative to the adjacent properties and drainage coming off those properties. Again, what you've seen tonight is a conceptual grading plan. That is what we're required to submit with a preliminary plat. The final grading plan would address issues such as offsite drainage. We may even have to have a concrete V-ditch at the top of that slope and bring the water through. We obviously cannot have water just going over the top of the slope. That's not good for slope stability or drainage. And we'll be creating an offset at the top of slope from that property line so that some type of fencing could go there. I don't know what that is yet. We haven't gotten that far into the project as to what the fencing would be. If you have anything, Adrian, beyond.
Well, definitely.
Okay. Well,
It's on the
yes.
record.
Our client is certainly willing to consider what the city and would feel appropriate based on the testimony they received tonight. And again, going back to there seemed to be a common theme running through, obviously, the Highway 16 issue. And it kind of goes back to, and it kind of goes to Abby Germain's comments with respect to the changes, the perceived changes that everybody's seeing that happen. What's happening here is a normal process, and that is we submit a project, the staff review takes place, and a staff report's prepared, and conditions of approval come out of that process. What we're seeing here are some of those conditions of approval, and that the only significant change that I think we saw from what the ITD letter said and what ended up being the city's desired outcome was that we need to take our primary access off of Pollard Lane and have the Highway 16 access reduced to emergency vehicles only, which I would assume would be seen as a positive result from most in the audience if the concern is Highway 16 access. So that's let's keep going here. The Farmer Union Canal crossing, we're not proposing to cross the Farmer Union Canal. I think that may have pertained to if there were any improvements to Highway 16 and the widening, but that would be a ITD project.
That's all right. You guys just keep it on. You keep going.
And the common theme of the dump keeps coming back. Again, from all the testimony I heard tonight, I didn't hear anything that was beyond rumor. We just don't know. Our client has not owned the property long enough to know to have any hard evidence one way or the other. The one thing I would be recommending to my client right now, based on what we've heard, is for them to hire a firm to do an environmental phase one. That is a detailed study of historical records. They go back very thoroughly and determine what, if anything, has taken place out there, such as dumping. The one thing I can comment on is that the PVC sticking up and the recent tractor tracks had everything to do with our geotechnical report that was done. Let's see if I have that. The field work for that was done on March 16th and 17th of last year. And Mr. Sones, if I'm pronouncing Gordon Sones, I'm sorry. Mr. Sone's inquiry into with the Department of Environmental Quality and the response from DEQ took place on March 22nd. So that is what the most, that was recent activity. That wasn't dumping though. That was the geotechnical field work to come up with what we needed to have with respect to the report. And speaking of the report, our client, in accordance with the requirements of the city of Star, prepare and process a preliminary plat and submit to the city, requires the preparation of a geotechnical report. That was done. It was submitted to the city. At that point, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know whether at that point it becomes public information, but it does not, to my understanding, need to go anywhere other than the city of Star for our application purposes. It doesn't go forward to DEQ. It is submitted to the city for evaluation purposes and certainly for our clients' use in evaluating design parameters in the future. And yes, as we go forward, a geology report would also be prepared because we're going to need to address slope stability if indeed the project goes forward as proposed. So that would happen then. And then just real quickly, with respect to the letters submitted from ITD and ACHD, those letters, ITD's letter was received on December 20th. ACHD's letter was received on October 21st. That was after months of working with the both agencies in back and forth consultations with the project, adjusting the project as necessary to meet their requirements. And those letters were presented to the city of Star, and we wouldn't be here tonight or wouldn't be able to be here tonight if those letters hadn't been received, because Sean would not have scheduled us for this meeting without those letters. So those were the dates that the letters came in. Nothing's changed since then, except for the fact that the city of Star has decided to amend the access as I discussed earlier. The other common theme going through is has been density tonight. Again, the comp plan, we're in conformance with the comp plan. 1.52 dwelling units to the acre is certainly well within the R2 zone, which is a zone allowed in the estate's rural residential. And we still believe that it's a good transitional development between the uses that are proposed in the comp plan on the south and the east of this project and the Hillsdale development to the north and west. Cherie Shields had a question regarding the street design plans for access through Medici Vista. Those plans have not been prepared. Obviously, this is a concept plan through Medici Vista at this point, and those plans would not be prepared until a preliminary plat was approved, and we would go on to the final platting process, and which would obviously have to happen should we receive approval right away, because we would need that as our primary access. The letter we got from ITD was a result, as I said, through multiple conversations back and forth between us, but also our traffic engineer. We did have a traffic impact study prepared for this project. That traffic impact study was submitted to ITD. They had multiple negotiations back and forth, and we ended up with the letter that we received. I think that about covers it. If the council has any questions.
I do. I want to go back to the farmers union thing, because I do believe you're going to have to cross the farmers union to bring that road down to Pollard on that other property. So if you're building
The Vista,
when you bring the road down through,
crosses the canal.
it crosses the.
I'm sorry. I thought that you guys were talking about where the canal crosses
Butterfly thing.
Medici. Yeah, the butterfly. Yes. I apologize. I misunderstood that location.
So I don't know if you want to address the concerns about that, because you're going to have to build that road, is my understanding, in order for us to go up here if we're not going to access Highway 16.
Yes, and when we do prepare a preliminary plat for Medici Vista, we'll be dealing with the Farmers Union Irrigation District. Okay.
Yeah, you need to state it, or somebody needs to state it up there. And do me a favor, state your name and address, please, for the record.
Hi, Adrienne Goff, 12322 West Bridger Bay in Star. And I believe that that has been addressed by the fire district in doing a box bridge down there that would support the weight of the fire truck and the traffic coming off of there. That was done initially.
Okay.
And if it needs to be built out further, we're willing to do so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, did you have anything further on that? Okay,
questions of
also have
council.
questions. This is your time. Comments? Concerns?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen.
So this question is actually a question of staff and maybe the applicant, depending, but I want to go back to the dates as well. So Sean, you represented that the applications were received in March, and yet clearly in our packet, those dates are signed in June. Maybe they're different. Can you address that one more time and put that to rest?
Mr. Mayor, Council, yes, the neighborhood meeting was held February 8th, 2022. The applicant submitted the application on March 2nd, 2022. The Unified Development Code requires or states that the neighborhood meeting is good for 3 months from the date of the neighborhood meeting to submit the application. Therefore, the application was submitted in March.
Why is it signed in June?
Because we held the applications for acceptance until we modified our code and our comprehensive plan, like we did all the other applications that we received from December 2021 through June 2022. So once the council approved the comprehensive plan amendment and the code amendment, then we started accepting applications. So that's why you have a date of June for the application for acceptance.
But the date, do we have a March date anywhere?
Yes, the application is stamped received March 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
Did I answer your question? Did I answer your question?
I think so. I'm a little stuck on earlier. I thought you said that the things were signed in September.
I think it's when we received the check, right? Is that what you're saying?
Let me put my glasses on now.
said-
Let me put my glasses on and read this. Sorry.
I think it's going to be important for the record that we're really clear. about
I apologize.
all
I
of those
was
dates.
looking at 6 and a 9 the wrong way. Yes. So submitted on March 2nd, 2022. Completeness review was September 27th, 2022. Agency transmittals was the same date, September 27th, 2022. And then public hearing notice, December 20th. Neighborhood property notice, January 17th, 2023. Public hearing notice was published January 20th, 2023. And the property was signed or public hearing signs on January 24th, 2023.
So if it was submitted in March, why are the applicant's signatures dated June 3rd? I mean, we may have had the document at City Hall, but can the application be considered an application without the applicant's signature?
Yeah.
Page 180 and 184. But I think it's a technical question, though. Can an application be considered an application without the applicant's signature?
Chris?
Mr. Mayor, I have, so the problem is we require digital copies of the applications. We also require a paper copy. The paper copies are date stamped March 2nd, 2022, signed by the applicant, March 2nd, 2022.
So sorry to interrupt. Is that
That's the
on your-
date, that's the date staff is going on.
So is that in your
paper copy? Because I don't see that on, like, where is it stamped?
It's,
I don't see it stamped.
you have a digital copy in your staff report that
So I,
is not a digital copy from the paper copy.
oh, I see what you mean.
Staff requires the applicant to submit digital copies of all the submittal or all the application material.
I see what you mean. So there's a stamp on your copy that says the March that it was
Yes.
received. Okay. But you have a valid question, Mr. Nielsen.
That seems like perhaps an opportunity to tighten up a procedure.
Yes, it does. But again, staff is standing by its recommendation that this application meets the requirements of the Ada County Code. Staff will make the findings based on that statement.
Okay, a quick follow-up question on that. So the
Councilman Hershey?
the 6-3 I'm seeing in here is when they sign the copy that's got uploaded.
The digital copy.
Right. 'Cause that's a hand signature. So was that signed when it was digitally uploaded as well as? Oh. No, just it's here. Careful, I can't replace this.
So let's, what time is it? 9:11. We are going to take a 10-minute break to 9:21. The staff can clarify the answer on that. Okay? Oh, are we I'm sorry, Dana, I have to ask you, we're unmuted now online. Okay, good. It's 9:21. We're going to call this council meeting back to order. We're going to have Sean
Try to explain.
trying to explain this, please.
Mr. Mayor and council and audience. I do apologize for the confusion. It took me a little while to try to piece back together. And this is kind of what happens when you have that delay where we had submitted about 20 applications between the end of 2021 and when we redid our code and our comprehensive plan in June of 2022. So this application was submitted, it's date stamped March 2nd, 2022, signed by the applicant, March 2nd, 2022. That establishes the date of acceptance. In June, when the applicant withdrew the preliminary plat for, let me make sure I've got the right subdivision. Withdrew the preliminary plat for Vista. He submitted a updated annexation application and dated it that June date. That's the document that got in the staff report that caused the confusion. So again, staff is going back to that original submittal date of March 2nd, 2022, and has determined that meets the requirement of the code for the submittal date in reference to the date of the neighborhood meeting. I do apologize for the confusion.
Thank you.
And we'll learn from this and we'll make sure that our future staff reports are clear so it doesn't confuse everybody. So,
Okay.
That's that.
All right.
Question.
So any questions now of the applicant? We'll put you back up there on the spot.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Wheelock.
Yeah, I have a question. With all the hills and Hillsdale and everything else, I didn't see anything about fire mitigation for the hills. Any of that addressed?
That's actually a very opportune question, and Adrian's going to come up and address fire mitigation.
So there's no trees on the property. It's sagebrush. And we are going to be with that holding tank. There's going to be the fire suppression that will be built into the houses as well. So we were asked to have that built in above a certain square footage to have the fire suppression built into the houses. And it will be, the landscape will be low-scaped. Oh, also, yes, sorry. So, and I just did clarify with Victor, it's Fire Station 55, and we have agreed to work with the city to pay for as much as we can of the $4 million for building the structure and staffing it for 4 years. And that's 100% on the first year, 75 on the second, 50, then 25, and then on the 5th year becomes the county's responsibility. And that would staff 12 firemen plus build the structure on the donated land on that is in question over there.
Go ahead.
I missed that. Say that again.
So on Floating Feather.
Okay, so Floating Feather, there was 2 acres.
Structure?
Yes, so on Floating Feather, there's 2 acres that was donated for the fire station, 55. We are proposing to fund that, which is upwards of $4 million that will build the building and it will staff it with 12 firemen for 4 years. 100% on the first year, 75 on the second, 50 on the third, and 25 on the fourth, and on the 5th, it becomes the county's responsibility.
The district. It's not a county, it's a
County,
district. Yes.
Big
The
difference.
zoo.
Big difference.
So I felt that was an important point to make.
Kind of.
Okay, so did you get your answer, your question
Yeah.
answered?
And I guess my question.
Make sure it gets in the microphone.
My question is, did I understand that there's no outside the subdivision fire mitigation requirements or anything like that? Is that right, Victor?
So Victor, state your name and address, please.
Victor, the fire marshal, for the city of Star, 11665 West State Street, Suite B, Star, Idaho 83669. So this project, let me address first off is she's correct. There has been some conversations at what we call the 5 bugle level, so Chief Tominski level, about station and staffing. I know those conversations. I don't quite know the numbers. That's more of Chief Tominski area. But I do know those conversations have been happening. But as far as the fire marshal side, which is the life safety portion of that, is this project does lie within the wildland urban interface area. And so when reviewing my staff report tonight, I did verify that this project will be in that area and will require a wildland mitigation plan be submitted for review.
So what does that look like when you're
So,
talking about a plan so we're all aware?
She's already actually hit on a lot of it. It's going to be construction of the buildings, landscaping that is zero-scaped, or plants that require less water so they don't burn as quick. We'll address backyards and people throwing their grass in the neighbor's backyard so it doesn't pile up and start fire. And then it addresses water supply, which, you know, they're working on that. But ultimately, they would bring in a consultant that does wildland mitigation to discuss that. And that line basically lies from Can Ada Road all the way down into the Boise foothills. And so this is required of any development that is in that area.
That would be the thing that would offset what happened over off of Amity and Boise 15 or 20 years ago when it went right up the hill and burned.
Yeah, and I believe that a lot of that is why we have this today. Yeah, that's why we have this today.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? You guys got to have this is your time to ask applicant.
I still have more
discuss. Okay, then ask the questions.
I just have to get some on my list.
Okay, Councilman Wheelock.
Can you describe or define the distance of the cut that you're talking about making between you and the house that is directly west of the transitional area? What kind of a boundary are you talking about cutting from that property line?
The highest pad that we have between the pad elevation of lot 7 and our highest pad is 55 feet.
Not elevation, distance from the fence line. Are you going to cut the hill?
Oh, it's approximately 80 to 90 feet.
Before you even start?
From our west boundary by the time we get down to our pads.
So how far away from their bound? So it's going to be right, you're going to start the cut right on the boundary.
No, as I said earlier, there will be some through the design process, there will be some setback there, usually to accommodate drainage. And from that setback, then horizontally, you're looking at between 70 and 90 feet of horizontal to take up the vertical.
Are you talking 3 feet or 15 feet from the fence line? I mean, I'm just trying to get a buffer idea of what, oh, here's that fence line. Here's the fence line. How far out before it just dives off that 2-to-1 slope that you're talking about?
It's probably going to be 6 feet, we'll say, from top of slope to property line.
Mr. Mayor.
Ryan Morgan, city engineer.
I will tell you that building code requires 3 feet plus 1 foot for every 5 foot of vertical change. So if they are doing 20 feet of cut, that's an additional 4 foot. So a minimum requirement that I as the city engineer require is 7 feet from that property line.
Okay. Those are obviously the details we'll get into when we do a.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have some kind of an idea in my head what I'm approving.
Sure.
I've heard talk about an environmental phase 1. What does that entail? Do you understand or help me understand that, I guess.
Typically, geotechnical firms prepare those, and my understanding of it is they are a records research, a fairly detailed records research and interview of past property owners and people that would have knowledge of the property. It's an exhaustive records research, if you will. Once that's prepared, if an environmental phase one determines there has been something deposited on the site that needs further evaluation, then they recommend an environmental phase two, where you would actually go in and excavate and see what's there. So the phase one is just kind of what it says. It's the first phase to determine what, if any, environmental impact is based on past history.
What kind of a time frame does one of those take? Have you had any experience with that?
Well, I've had clients that I've been working for order them, and typically they can take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month to prepare.
So we're not talking about a year process.
Oh, no.
We're talking about go find out what you.
Oh, yeah. These guys know how to get to the proper records and find out what they need to find out.
And I just want to go back to one more question about the isolated slopes that I feel are not quite so isolated. Did you look at, when you were originally designing this, the possibility of keeping that finger that goes right out through the middle of the subdivision and making that an island? I understand it'd probably change the density a little bit, but it would preserve the natural slopes that are already there.
We don't have any exhibits that show that where we actually went through that process, because once we determined what the densities, what reasonable density we could get out of the development, it basically answered itself and became a mass grading project. That is something certainly we could look at, but that's not anything I would be able to provide you right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, further questions of the applicant right now? This is your chance. Councilman Nielsen?
Mayor Chadwick.
Yes, sir.
So I'm curious on the fire station. Is this part of a development agreement? Is this an agreement that you've come up with Star Fire? Where is this? Where's the genesis and the documents, and how's that coming about?
I think, as the fire marshal said, these have just been conversations between our client and the fire chief at this point. Nothing, I don't believe anything.
And maybe this is for you, Victor, but is Fire Station 55, is that different than the fire station that's being proposed to be built as part of an upcoming Willowbrook application?
Yes, sir, because this is going to be the current property we have across from the LDS Church. So American Falls.
Got it. Thank you.
American Star, sorry.
Yep. Thank you.
More comments, questions? I'm going to just bring it up. I honestly think that it needs to be massaged, in my opinion, unless others don't agree here on the council about the slopes, like he was talking about with the fingers, creating an island, and see what that looks like, because this is the only chance. You start tearing out hills, we'll never get them back, right? And I'd like to see what that looks like. Plus, I would like to see an updated preliminary plat either way, showing that 5 transitional lots being turned into 1 acre lots. And removing that as an access on an actual preliminary plat on the Highway 16 with bollards and stuff like that. And then I look at I think you have a plan on here that talks about that pathway not being a concrete pathway. Is that right? In the center island, in the center, when you're doing crushed rock or something like that. I think I saw that when you were flipping through this.
That one would, I don't know without looking at the landscape plan. We didn't prepare that, but I believe it would be a DG path.
I think we are very big on making sure that they're accessible by all and they don't just turn the garbage. And so we would like to see a hard path anywhere that goes through this on there as well, because the crushed granite and all that kind of stuff we do, they end up potholing eventually. and they become difficult to travel. If someone that moves into this subdivision, if it's approved, has accessibility issues, they wouldn't be able to use that in the future, and that's just problematic.
Sure. Is the council willing to entertain different hard surfaces, different
Hard surfaces that are ADA that are going to stand the test of time.
and ADA compliant?
Yep. Yep. But I guess with that said, I would like to see us explore some of these options and look at some of those challenges with the topography. So I'm not a fan of just tearing mountains apart to make development work. I think development should work to the nature that's there. Right. That's my opinion.
I respect that. And I would like to offer a suggestion possibly.
Okay.
We're more than willing to do that. And we will go back and look at that. We've heard it tonight. We've heard it from the dais and we've heard it from the public. And we will definitely go back and look at that. And this would be something for the council to discuss. Is there any chance that the council would look at separately the actual annexation and zoning proposal so that that portion of it could possibly get approved tonight so that the negotiations and the deals that need to happen to make sure that we can secure this access out to Pollard can go forward? Because that would be possible with an annexation approval where you continue our preliminary plat.
We can do that, right? I mean, you can annex the zone with some understanding with the preliminary plat on what we want that to look like, I think. I mean, if we're negotiating, we're going to negotiate. I'm all about the negotiation.
Yes, you could put in the development agreement any conditions you want. You can limit density. You can address a lot of things.
Well, and what we would want to do, I'm sorry to interrupt, Sean, but what we would want to do is, as that development agreement's being put together, have some document back to you so that you're looking at something. So we're not just either one of us signing a blank check, if you will, about just densities and how many lots and things like that. It really should be based on a plan that our client can live with, make the commitments they've made and continue to move the project forward, but at the same time can be something that this council can support.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman?
I don't know if I'm allowed to have this conversation. I'm still trying to figure out when to deliberation and it's, but
We're not deliberating yet, but
talking.
we're discussing.
Oh, we're discussing. But if we approve it and have some density assigned to it, right? Does that make us a fallback to this as a worst case scenario?
It could, unless
In
you,
my opinion, worst case scenario?
yeah, it could, depending on what you say in your approval.
Because I haven't heard anybody say, we don't want any development here. Nobody said that.
No. And I just don't
So
think that's what we're
trying to
saying.
figure out how to have that work together is how do we do that and stay within reasonable for the city and the applicant?
What we're
I think, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to throw out there what I'm thinking in this suggestion is that we're going to end up with something above R1, but it's going to be below our 1.52 that we're bringing today. Being mindful of what hot button issues are for this council. I mean, we're not going to go away from here uninformed, trust me. So I think that's why we're going to request that we maintain the R2 zoning just so that we can be something over R1, but
I think with a caveat that it's no more than so many lots.
No more than we currently.
So it's not, because if you give you 40 acres, let's say it's 40 acres.
right.
You're not going to say 80 lots on the 40 acres.
You don't want our
but
density to
whatever
go up. I
1.2 is,
get that, but
right.
it's physically impossible for our density to go up,
Sure.
being mindful of the concerns. But
Chris, you
that's
got
fine.
a comment?
Just to maybe kind of help the process here, the council can certainly, you've got several applications in front of you, right? You've got an annexation application, you have a rezone application, you've got your development agreement. I don't know, is there also a preliminary plat on Medici Hills? So you have all of those in front of you. The annexation has to come first, right? And so you can, if you wanted to, you can have a motion to approve the annexation. Then you can move to your rezone. and you could approve the rezone subject to a development agreement. You could table the plat, or you could table the development agreement, table the preliminary plat, and have those conversations. None of it becomes official until the city actually adopts an ordinance annexing the property and rezoning it in the city. And so that's where the city still has kind of some leverage, that if you don't get what you're thinking or something comes back that's totally different, they'd go from 1.52 to 2 units an acre, and they're cutting down more hilltops and something like that. You just don't adopt the ordinance, right? And that stops the process. So you still have just because you might approve the annexation and rezone until that ordinance is adopted and approved by the city, they aren't actually annexed and zoned into the city. And so you have that in place. You also wouldn't do that ordinance until you have a development agreement done, because that has to be part of your ordinance when you do the rezone. So just so you understand the process, you can kind of bifurcate this and do a couple motions if you'd like to tonight, and table a portion of it if you'd like to, and you aren't giving up all your control.
Okay, so with that said, how long would it take you to, if we were to approve the annexation and zoning tonight, to do the preliminary plat adjustments based on the conversations that we've been having? I mean, as this is for purposes of everybody here, if we want to table this out, that portion of it out till a later date.
We could have something to look at in 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks. So what does our calendar look like in March? Are you back from wherever you're going?
Mr. Mayor and council, if this is the direction you're going, I would recommend, I really think you need to, because there's issues of Highway 16, there's issues of the traffic reports from both the agencies that have come up. I really think you need to have the applicant submit a preliminary plat for that southern property, so we can get that road figured out, because that's the connection to Pollard. That would allow ECHD and ITD to update their reports to acknowledge that access on Pollard rather than on Highway 16. Because keep in mind, that's only a recommendation from staff to council to not allow the temporary access on Highway 16. So that was the reason that there was some confusion about the report from ITD, because they gave options in that report. If you read it, it states that temporary access until the access to Pollard is there. You had a preliminary plat for that southern portion, you would have that access. They can analyze that. You would have your full reports that would address those specific issues. So that would be my recommendation. And then also, if you do decide to approve you decide to approve the annexation only with the development agreement, you need to have a condition in there that will allow us to reopen the development agreement to add any additional conditions as this process continues with new preliminary plats and things like that.
Sorry, I think what Chris was saying though is that we can leave the development agreement open.
Or leave it open. The ordinance can't be recorded until the development agreement is signed.
Right.
So
But we're not going to know what the development agreement is going to be until we figure out this preliminary plat and these challenges that we've all been discussing.
Correct. And I think, if I'm hearing Sean correctly, I think maybe what he's saying is, rather than setting this to a date certain, you could just table it, and then it would just be renoticed. It'd be republished in the paper, renoticed on the property. You just have a new public hearing notification
On the whatever comes up new.
Right.
On the preliminary plat.
Yeah, because you're likely going to get new information based on all the conversations that are happening tonight, and so you'd want to have the public have a chance to comment on that. And so rather than trying to pick a date and then maybe have to table it to another date, we can just table it indefinitely. Then we'd have to go through the full legal notice process.
and I believe we can get it done. And I know that the applicant's probably a little scared because it took this long to get to this point because of the delays with the transportation districts, but they've already reviewed it initially. I don't think them just reviewing that new road is going to delay it that much, but at least you'll have everything in front of you. You can make a decision all at one time. We can work with the applicant to address some of the code issues or concerns that were brought up by the Hillsdale representatives as far as the transitional lots, both the west lot and there's some question about those north lots now that we just need time to review. And then we can get the pathways figured out in detail and things like that. So I think it's going to be, and then they can address those hill issues, the slope issues also. So that's staff's recommendation.
And then with that said, though, when we're talking about noticing, I know we do the noticing of 300 feet of the property, but I would like to suggest that everybody that's even on this list, because not everybody's within 300 feet of that property, that they're noticed so they can come back. Okay. Huh? Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. So you guys got further questions of the applicant or at this time?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen.
So I want to talk about the highway access just a little bit more. We were handed this document. I happen to think this is the best traffic plan that I've seen since I've been on the council in 7 years. And yeah, it is a little funny, but in all seriousness, that's a deadly corridor. And so I would like to request you as the applicant and, work with staff and our city engineer and our traffic agencies. Maybe it's time to put a cul-de-sac at the end of Pollard Road and close that off. And let's really take that serious.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say through this process of taking another look at the preliminary plat, we can certainly bring our traffic engineering consultant in on these conversations with the city as well. And kind of have a whole of agency approach, if you will, between IT, ACHD, our consultant and the city.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, ITD would be happy as a clam to get rid of that. ACHD may be the hurdle. Because talking with ITD, take away all the access on the state highway, they'd be happy.
All right.
Right.
Well, we have fewer crosses on the side of the road than we've had deaths. And I think that's unfortunate because we need a reminder. The floating feather, we're finally getting that closed down eventually, but this one's just as bad.
Yep. Okay. So are you, based on what the staff has recommended, are you good with what they're talking about the annexation and zoning and then tabling the development agreement is what I hear
Right.
you're saying.
What's critical for us tonight so that we can actually perfect our access between the two property owners and make projects work is the annexation and the zoning. And we are more than happy to come back, taking this information in, taking a look at relaying out our preliminary plat and bringing that back to you. I like the idea of maybe not a date certain, only so we can submit to the staff. Staff's going to have comments. We can go back and forth a little bit without having to come back to a scheduled meeting and tell you we just need to table it anyway.
And I think that's the best way. But just before we stop this process to further vote or whatever the council's going to do, what was it, 1.5? How many?
1.52 is
1.52 units. But when we talk about this, no greater than 1.52 units, with the understanding that this will probably get reduced
right
from 1.52 to something else to make that work, what we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Councilman Wheelock, I see you reaching for the mic.
If I'm understanding that the only thing we're looking to do tonight is accept Medina Vista, Medici Vista, and have it have in its acceptance an access to the north, the west, and the east to those two parcels that touch it,
right,
so they can funnel out someday. And then the Medici Hills still to have under 1.52 houses per acre with no access to Highway 16 at all.
Except for emergency.
Except for emergency with bollards or whatever, right?
Right.
Correct.
Can we include in that the left turn off onto Pollard, or do we leave that to ITD?
I think if we're going to bring up the discussion about Kevin's newfound map.
Yeah.
With ITD, that we don't bring that up until the development, come back with the development agreement. When that comes back and add that stuff.
And that's where we address that.
ECD says that.
I'll
Yes.
address that with you prior to that in the conversation.
In fact, our traffic consultant is listening tonight, so yeah.
Oh, good.
Welcome, traffic consultant. Okay, I'm ready to.
So before we get to that point, we got other questions probably. Are you done? Are you done with the questions?
I'll go. So I'm still hung up on the just a basic standard of annexation. So when there's steep slope, and specifically the Medici Vista subdivision is the steep slope area. You know, our code states that we have to have a concept plan in order to annex it. So if we're just doing the annexation tonight without a concept plan,
There is one in the pack. On that first, you're talking the Vista.
no, the second one.
Well, this is the second one right here.
So
What's up?
are you seeing that? Yeah, so we would be annexing it based off of this concept.
With, yes, but you're putting conditions in there that we're talking about of 1.52, no more than 1.52 units per acre with it going lower. With,
Follow the contour of.
and work with a new plan to follow the contour of the mountain, which we're going to address at a new.
So we're entitling them to whatever we state in that development agreement, correct? And the annexation, the density, all of that. That becomes an entitlement. Very similar to what we had with the last hearing.
I think this is different because we have, can you talk about that, Chris?
Yep.
Because
You don't
we have the
have,
ability
yeah,
to-
you don't, nothing's entitled till the ordinance is adopted.
Right.
And so you'll have, and when you adopt the ordinance, you'll have the development agreement in place that covers everything. By annexing, you're not approving the concept plan, but you do have a concept plan in front of you that allows you to do the annexation and zone it. The zoning, when you adopt a zoning ordinance, you're entitling them to a certain units per acre. In this case, they're requesting R2, but you would not be approving that ordinance until you do a development agreement, which based on the conversation would limit the density to 1.52, maybe lower. But that's going to be your maximum when you do the development agreement. And that's been what's been proposed as part of the application. And so the vote itself isn't going to give them entitlements other than it does allow the applicant to know exactly what the city is, with the conversation you're having, what the city wants to see. And then they can actually, that gives them the ability to say, okay, now we kind of know that framework. So now we can go actually put together a preliminary plat, or we can do some more detail because we know what the city's looking for, and they can bring that back. If at that time you don't like what you see, or they come again, if they come back in with more lots than you want, or they haven't reduced the cuts and fills like you're requesting, you still have the ability to stop at that point and not move forward with the ordinance or anything else, which would kind of end the project at that time. Because until the ordinance is approved, they aren't annexed into the city and don't have any authority to do any actual work based on any proposal.
But we would be annexing them in based on this concept plan.
But we're annexing them in, but no ordinance is filed to officially annex them in with this. They're going to bring back a different plan.
You won't see the ordinance till after you have a development agreement that you're happy with, which will likely have either a new concept plan or have a preliminary plat as part of it, in addition to other things.
And the ordinance can't be filed without our development.
So can we put that in the development agreement that we need to see a new concept plan?
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
We good?
I don't think on our side, we really want to do a development agreement without a new concept plan.
Right. Yeah, there won't be a development agreement. Otherwise, we won't have everything in place that we need to have. Right? Okay. I do want to say when we do this process, I would encourage and I'd like to have that environmental phase one study done that you were talking about. Let's confirm the challenges and issues with that area. I mean, if you're doing this other stuff, huh? Well, he said it would take a couple weeks to a month.
Yeah, based on when they can start.
Yeah.
So it's not just 2 weeks from today.
Paying more money.
Yeah. So,
But figure, I
everybody's
mean,
offering
but we could figure that out. It's going to take time anyway for them to get this done.
Yeah,
And we're doing all the renoticing, so we can,
I just threw
Yeah,
out dates
process.
based on past experience with every geotechnical firm we deal with right now is busy. So we'll do our best, certainly.
and I think anything and everything we can do to make your project a top-notch project that gets everybody involved is the best for everybody. It's a win-win, I think, for all of us involved. So,
I'm sure that's
any other questions of the applicant here before I close this portion of the public hearing? And just so everybody's aware, if we didn't get that, we will have a new public hearing at a later date that will be published when we get all the information. So everybody has another chance to talk about it. Okay? Everybody understand that before I close it? Anybody else down here? David, Kevin, any more comments to the applicant? Okay. So it's 9:57. Thank you. Appreciate all that. 9:57, I'm going to close the public hearing and go to council deliberations and or a motion
Mayor Chadwick.
or e-motion. And this is on the annexation. Yes, we got to do them in two separate things. So you got to do the Vista first and then
Can we deliberate first?
you can deliberate all you want. Absolutely. So we're going to go on to deliberations.
Am I recognized?
You are recognized.
Thank you. I really appreciate the discussion that we've had here, and I'll just share with everyone that my inclination was actually to motion to deny this. I find that the application as it is does not meet the comprehensive plan, its intent or its text, as we've well, maybe text in some interpretations, but certainly not mine. And what's moved me away from a motion to deny here tonight really is just the willingness of the applicant to take the feedback that everybody here has presented, the input from the council. Feels like you're a good partner here with us here tonight. So thank you for that. I think that this opportunity to table some portions of the application is a good way to go. And because of that, I'm going to move that we approve the application for annexation and rezone AZ 22-07 with development agreement 22-07 with the conditions that the development agreement has sorry, it's getting late. I can't
Okay, so
think
real quick here, did you say AZ-22-07?
I did.
We need to start with B first.
Oh, sorry.
Go to
Yep, it was
C.
just covered.
Yes.
So I'll amend that motion, AZ-22-08 and DA-22-08 with the conditions that the development agreement provide for new concept plans, an environmental phase one study to be done, that further hearings for preliminary plat and further development of the development agreement be noticed to all who testified at this hearing tonight, regardless of their proximity to the 300-foot rule. And that the concept plan comes back with hard surface path as requested for ADA compliance. Was there anything else?
So I just, a point of clarification, just real quick.
Yep.
So we're not going to approve the DA at this time. The DA still stays.
Doesn't the annexation have to go with the DA?
No, but we're not yes, but when we file it with the ordinance, but we're not doing a DA at this point.
Wanting that in the DA.
Yeah, the annexation goes with the rezone technically, not necessarily with the annexation.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then the hard path and stuff, I guess it could go on this one too, if they put a path in there.
Yep.
But that southern portion didn't, we were talking about that, but I got
Yeah.
you. Okay. So we're going to remove the DA then off of that, right? We're not approving a DA. Correct. But he said he made a motion to approve the zoning and the DA.
You're right. I did say that and that's, I misspoke. So do you want me to restate the motion again and clean that up? Okay.
Say, okay, so we have a motion to approve AZ-22-08. Did you provide a zoning with that of the R1?
With the R1 as requested, yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Now,
can you make sure that this has access both east and west? Because this is the vista that needs the access on both sides of this access.
to be added into the DA.
Yes, amend the motion to include the access.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Does this include any environmental phase one stuff?
That's on the other property on the north.
He put it in this one too.
Okay,
Okay.
I want it in this one.
All right. Okay. We got a motion. Do we have a second?
If that's all there, I would second that.
We got a motion, and a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion? We got everything, Sean? Okay, roll call.
Aye.
Hershey. Hershey. I wasn't talking. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's still aye.
Wheelock. Aye. Salmonson.
Aye.
Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries on the item, the second portion of that.
Does anybody else want to tackle it, or do you want me to keep going?
I think you're a pro now.
You're good.
All right, Mayor Chadwick, I move that we approve annexation AZ-22-07 for Medici Hills subdivision with the hard path surface ADA compliant changed being added to the DA. A notice to all who testified at the hearing here this evening, regardless of their proximity to the 300-foot rule. No greater than,
1.52.
I was just making sure that was on this one, yeah. No greater than 1.52 density and requiring an environmental phase one study, and requesting the applicant come back with the new concept plans, work with traffic districts and city staff and engineers on the location of access throughout this application and its relative application. And is there anything else?
Slopes.
The Highway 16 access to be emergency only.
The Highway 16 access to be emergency only, and directing the applicant to leave all slopes intact as they come back with that concept plan. We're not moving a mountain.
Okay, did we get everything, Sean, that we talked about? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one ask of Councilman Nielsen?
Absolutely.
You make it density 1.52 with the understanding it may go lower.
Maximum
max-
density, yeah.
I think I said no greater than, but
You probably did. I
that
was just making sure.
clarification, sure.
I'm just, my two main concerns are taken care of. Slopes and the access.
Okay,
Highway 16 access.
we got a second.
Second.
We got a motion and a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Salmonson.
Aye.
Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Real quick, do we have to table the others?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a motion to table indefinitely. Can we combine them all together on this one? Okay. Motion to table indefinitely the development agreement on item B, the DA on item C, and the preliminary plat and the private road on item C.
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen.
I move to table indefinitely DA-22-08 for Medici Vista subdivision and DA-27-07, PP-22-12, and PR-22-04 for Medici Hills subdivision.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councilman Hershey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
I have one more thing.
Okay.
And tell me if I'm out of line here. With all this going back to talk to the applicant about different phases, is this a time where we can talk or have them talk to the fire station, fire company, and have them come back with some kind of a concrete agreement that they've talked about, so that we had that in front of us at the same time? Is that a thing?
Mayor Chadwick, I'm not sure we can require another agency.
If they're offering it, Why can we not?
Mayor, it is a thing. To answer the specific question. If they've got it, if they want to bring it back as part of their, application and firm that up, that's fine. I mean, there was conversation tonight, obviously, about fire suppression, how that was going to work, not just the urban interface, but also all the other things they're doing with the building and landscaping and those sorts of things. So if they do have additional detail, I think it's okay to request that. They mentioned it as part of their, I don't know that you're conditioning it on that because it's not something the city's part of, but I think it's fine to request additional information on how that agreement would look.
That's what I meant.
I'll amend the motion to include specific information on how the agreement for Fire Station 55 is going to work.
Will you amend your second there, Councilman Hershey?
It's amended.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No, I'm good now.
Okay, thank you. A roll call.
Nielsen,
Aye.
Salmonson,
I
Wheelock,
Aye.
Hershey.
Aye. That motion carries. All right. We may take a recess real quick, 5 minutes. You stay sat. Everybody else can leave. And we're going to do a 5-minute recess real quick. 10, 12. If everybody can quickly exit. Call the Star City Council meeting back to order. It's 10:10. I'm not calling it back to order. Are we good? Okay, I'm going to call the Star City Council meeting back to order. It's 10:10. We're going to move on to item 5D, the public hearing for the Jackson's Food Store conditional use permit. I need to ask the council, all the same rules apply. I need to ask the council if there's any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project.
None.
No.
none.
No.
Okay, hearing none, the applicant is invited to come up and speak to the project. And I don't know if you were here before, but 20 minutes you have.
I'll be brief. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jessica Aguilar. I'm with Jackson Food Stores, 3450 East Commercial Court, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Jackson Food Stores respectfully requests a conditional use permit for the construction of our new convenience store, fuel canopy, and site improvements and located at State Street and Star Road at the CBD zone. And if you can go to the site plan. Thank you. So just quickly, we're proposing, I'm actually, that's not the correct site plan. You can keep going for, I think it's further down in the packet. Or at least in my packet. There we go. We're proposing a 4,836 square foot convenience store with fuel canopy and swale on our property. The property is about 1.4 acres. If I can direct your attention to page, I believe it's 12 of the conditions of approval. We have 0 issues with the conditions of approval. And for just additional clarification, all the stormwater will be retained on site via a swale and permeable pavers. The only issue or concern that we have is, I believe, on page 9 of the staff report. Yes, that is correct. The project overview at the bottom, second paragraph says applicant will also be required to secure a cross-access agreement for the northern and southern access points for this parcel. These agreements shall be recorded before occupancy will be given. We have already secured a cross-access agreement with our neighbor to the west along State Street, and that'll be recorded as part of our closing for that to be recorded. However, we disagree with the request for the cross-access agreement on the northern side of the portion. And I don't know if there's an aerial or overall site plan of just that whole block, if you will. There we go. Let me we can zoom in on that. It'll probably work. So the vacant property to the west, they will have access off of State, off of Union, and the alley. The alley will continue to be a public right-of-way connecting Union and Star Road. If there's concerns about access to Star, folks leaving that property can get to Star Road via State Street or via Union connecting to First Street. We think it's important that they continue to use the current public right-of-way that's in place. We also feel that requiring that folks or whatever that use is going to be to go through our private property to access First would be a limitation and a burden on our property. But most importantly, we have no idea on that property what its future is going to look like and what kind of development is being proposed there. So we think it's premature and mostly just not required to require cross access on the north side of that property to First. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I want to ask a question on the cross access. I'm confused on that north and south because the north is First Street and they already got access. And the south is going to State Street and they got access.
Yeah,
But that's
I believe staff's recommendation is to have a cross access across to and through the ACHD right of way that runs through the center of your property.
Oh, so let me clarify it. That's in the process of being vacated because on our site plan, that's a drive aisle there, but that'll be vacated and become part of our property.
The east-west?
Oh, I'm sorry, the east-west.
Yeah,
No, we're going
east-west.
to have a license agreement with ACHD.
So what staff's recommending is that you record a cross access across that. So you have public access.
We
across both
can't
sides.
enter into a cross-access agreement because it's owned by ACHD. We're going to have a license agreement with ACHD to use that property. It's not our property.
Yeah, so
It's an alley. It's
Okay.
right of way.
Okay.
It's public right of way.
So we can modify that.
We can modify
condition.
that. Okay, good.
Just submit the recorded agreement with ACHD.
So with that being said, again, going back to the conditions of approval, we're in total agreement with the conditions of approval on page 12.
Okay. Can you go back to the site plan, Sean, the updated one down there on the lower? So the proposed building right now on the west side of that, you have a housing unit still there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that hasn't been removed. So when we're talking about lighting, this has become a concern with all the new commercial that we have, to make sure that we try to, that we keep the light on site and doesn't interfere with the housing that's next. We know that someday that'll probably develop in the commercial, but until that time, we just got to protect those residents. So on that building itself, if we're going to have an outside light on the building, it really needs to shine down and not out.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, one of the conditions of approval is to submit a lighting plan and photometric plan, and we plan to address that with that
Even the
submittal.
building, you would address it on the ones on the building too?
Yes,
Okay, all right, all right.
because I take that as a lighting plan for the canopy and the building.
Okay,
And,
perfect.
and a sign permit will follow in the future as well.
Okay. Perfect. And did you guys, we're doing that widening on Highway 44 from Star Road to Canada. The right of way and stuff that was required for that's built into this, correct?
Correct. So this is the plan that was submitted for this meeting. Since then, we haven't addressed the the comments in this plan that ACHD had and ITD had, and we're in agreement with their comments. So as part of our building department submittal, we'll show those improvements that they're requiring us to do.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that the city is in receipt of those comments from both those jurisdictions.
Okay. All I got. Thank you. Any questions of the applicant at this time?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilwoman?
can you please describe the pedestrian, footpath path, I guess, from the corner of Star and State to the building?
Sure. So we'll have curb gutter and sidewalk on State, on Star, and on First. So if I were a pedestrian at the corner of Star and State, I would head north, cross the access point there, the alley. There's a sidewalk depicted there just below the proposed drainage swale, which then connects to the sidewalk to the building.
That answer your question?
Yeah, and so is there any access off of State Street to get north? Is there any sidewalks?
Would be from the corner of State and Star.
Okay. So we do have a lot of issues over at Maverick with pedestrians, that corner and getting to the storefront. There's a big fence right there on the corner. And, yeah, the direct path is to go directly at the corner to the building, but that's not safe. And so they have the fence, which is great. But then people cross a major entry point to get to the building. So I just want to make sure that we have a safe path for our children, because we don't have a ton of stuff for kids to do here, and they're going to come here to come get their snacks and treats. And so just want to make sure that it's safe for them to get there.
Understood.
Okay. Any further questions?
He's probably hoping that they don't cross State Street at all.
Yeah, well, they're going to cross at she is for sure.
I had a question about are you done, Jennifer?
I am. Go ahead.
I just had a question on the First Street access that's 35 feet wide.
Yes, sir.
I'm the wide guy. Is there a reason that it's only 35 or can it be wider?
We could probably make it wider. We don't want it any smaller because there's going to be traffic there.
Yeah.
It's possible that we might have a delivery truck that might need to go through there to exit to Star. So we want to make sure it can make the turn. So we can definitely take a look at that.
If you made it 40, that would be nicer for him and probably me. I always think wider is better.
Okay. We have anything in our code that talks about entrance points like that, Sean, that are how wide that's ACHD that control.
No,
it's on First Street.
On First Street. Yeah, that's ACHD.
Okay. Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
Council-
Councilman Wheelock,
Yes.
the only caveat I would put on that is I'd like to make sure our engineer reviews that and it's acceptable. Because as I'm looking at it now, we do have, ACHD requires a certain distance from Star to our access point. And I just want to make sure that whatever we do doesn't put us out of conformance with that requirement.
Yeah, agreed. I'm just, if it's possible, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Any further comments for the applicant at this time? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Do we have a sign-in sheet?
We do.
Okay. Okay, we got them on in order here. Just have, let's see, and please again, state your name and address for the record up here, and then you'll get your 3 minutes. And we got Mr. Matthew Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council. My name is Matt Dugan. I live at 11450 West First Street. It is the largest lot on First Street. If you've ever drove down First Street, Center Street, Union Street, they're only this wide. Okay, I have no problem with progress, all that, but you can't even walk across the street on Star Road, First Street. And now you're talking about having access to delivery trucks and semis on First Street. Talking about safety of the children. There's no sidewalks. There's one street light in all of that area. I'm like 3/4 of a mile around. All the traffic comes off of State Street now in the mornings, runs right down my street. I got no problem with this. Make First Street one way going west. Put barriers on the street that are tall. There's, I know, maybe 20 kids that live on First Street. It's not safe at all.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, okay. Okay, that's all that signed up to speak. Ms. Jessica, do you want to come back up?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that is good information and point of clarification. ACHD is requiring us to improve First Street to, it's considered, I believe, a local, and it's a 36-foot wide section. They're requiring us to improve it to the center line 18 feet along our property frontage. And we're also putting in curb, gutter, and sidewalk. In addition, which hasn't been mentioned here, if you recall, there's currently an exposed irrigation ditch there, and we'll be covering that as part of our project. So in terms of safety, that's just more of a ditch that's not open for potential. I know kids like to be near water, and sometimes that could be asking for trouble. So we'll be covering that as well.
Okay. Any questions of Jessica? I just want to make the comments though, that I understand what Mr. Dugan is saying. We do have a PED plan with ACHD that talks about like 70 miles of sidewalk gaps in this town. And it takes a project like this to get started, to get them to do improvements on the rest of it. And I think this is an avenue to get there, right? To where we can get these inner streets of the older part of Star improved with this pedestrian traffic. So I just wanted to make sure that was said. And if you had any comments to that or whatnot, but.
No, sir.
Okay. Any further comments of Miss Jessica? Okay, hearing none, I am going to close the public hearing at 10:26 and move on to council deliberation.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Nielsen.
I can yield to Councilman Hershey. I've been doing a lot of talking.
Councilman Hershey.
Oh, thank you, sir, gentlemen. Yes, I don't believe I've heard any objection to this other than what was brought up, and Mayor Chadwick has addressed that. So I'm just going to say without further ado, thank you for your notes, sir. I moved that we approve the Jackson's Food Store conditional use permit file CU-22-07 with a caveat for them to look with their engineer for a wider north access if possible to reevaluate that to go from 35 feet to whatever a giant crane driver would want there. 40 feet, just on First Street. So yeah, look for a wider north access if possible from ACHD on First Street.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Mayor,
Councilman Nielsen.
I second the motion.
Okay, we got a motion and a second by Councilman Nielsen. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
We can't, we're close the public hearing. So, but yeah. So before we go to the vote, I know what she's asking, so we can't, if it's possible.
If it's possible, yes,
I
if
think that
it's
language is in
possible.
the motion.
Is that the wrong?
The condition about the cross access north.
And removing the condition about the cross access on the north.
So noted, the condition is,
Yeah.
the cross section from the north-south is removed because it looks like it was addressed and the possibility of the wider north access. That's the
Correct.
two.
Okay, you modify your second.
Just a point of clarification on that. The packet talks about a north-south, but there is no south. It's a north and west. And so they've agreed to the west cross access. So we're just restating that and doing it and removing the one to the north.
Well, I think yes. Okay,
Yes, that one.
so
So
say your
amended.
motion again,
I will be happy to.
please.
I'll start it from scratch. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve the Jackson's Food Store conditional use permit file CU-22-07 with the following conditions. One, remove the north access. I just forgot. North cross access, and also at the north entrance on First Street to look for any possibilities from ACHG in widening that.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'd second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second now by Councilman Wheelock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock.
Aye.
Salmonson.
Aye.
Nielsen.
I
Hey, welcome to the Star. Thank you. Okay, Sean, do you have this next one ready? Okay. No running away.
My legs are too tight. Hobble. Oh.
Are you ready, Sean? Yep. Okay, it is, what time is it? 10:29. We're going to open the public hearing on the Burnett Storage Annexation and CUP. I'm going to ask the council if they have any ex parte contact or communication regarding this project.
No, sir.
none.
None, hearing none. The applicant has the floor. Sorry, it's getting late,
It's getting punchy.
getting punchy.
Good evening, Jeff Hatch with Hatch Design Architecture. Our address is 200 West 36th Street, Boise, Idaho. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your consideration of our annexation conditional use application this evening. And I do have a PowerPoint presentation.
You might need to pull that microphone a little bit closer.
Okay. Is that better? So when the owner purchased this property, originally they came to the city and proposed townhomes. Talking with planning staff, that wasn't recommended. And so they came back and proposed apartments. That was also really not recommended for this area. And in looking at the demographics, proposed storage condos. And that was something that staff found to be agreeable, and we pursued moving forward with that. Storage condos are a little well, significantly different than self-storage. You're talking about a for purchase product versus a for rent product. So the market demographic of the type of ownership structure that goes with that is an ownership versus a for rent product. And so with that, we are currently surrounded by residential subdivisions to the north and to the west. And then we have some agricultural land to the south and to the east, which is potentially slated for more residential development in the future. Our proposed site consists of a range of self-storage condo buildings. And then we are proposing a future roadway on the western side of our development. We also are screened from the current development to the north with Middleton Canal. And in working with ITD, we were able to acquire access currently off of Highway 16. And really that's not the most desirable access that we would want. We don't want to be on Highway 16. We would prefer to be on this future roadway. And so in working with staff, we've proposed the dedication of the right of way for that roadway and intend that that roadway would stub into development by Mr. Moyle to the south and west. When that transpires, we would then close this access and our primary entrance would be on this side. And so we've set it up for something that can be developed today, but planned for the future. Because when Highway 16 is improved, that entire roadway is going to rise up and you'll have on-ramps that are coming for that highway. And it's intended to be a highway. It's not intended to be residential access. So currently we have 3 access points onto Highway 16, and we would be eliminating that to just 1. And then eventually, hopefully getting rid of that altogether. And working with John and Ryan with city staff, we had a proposed landscaping plan with an access that was shown up here to one of the Toll Brothers cul-de-sac. In working with them, sound like they would prefer that we not do that. And so that's what landed us to go back to ITD and gain our access off of Highway 16 and then propose the future roadway as well. So here would be a conceptual rendering for our access, our current proposed access off of Highway 16. And this would be, when that is closed, the access that we intend to be our primary access off of that future frontage road. So we have our current access and then our future access. This would be our landscape buffer for the south. And then we have our northern buffer, which also has the canal. This is a brief summary of findings of the conditional use permit. And for that, we feel that this proposed use is accommodated by the size of the site. This is a good size site for this use. If you get below about 5 acres, they just become too small to be feasible. And there's also sites that are just too grossly big. So this is kind of a nice size site for this development. As far as storage being appropriate use in the MU zone, what we found with the surrounding residential uses is that major home builder developers like Hubble and Brighton are actually now slating portions of their subdivisions to have self-storage because of the stringency of their CC&Rs. In this case, we have a couple of subdivisions around us have not done that, but they still have stringent CC&Rs that restrict a lot of the boats and RVs being in those subdivisions. And so this is a complementary use to those subdivisions, and it's tucked in within those. So as soon as we get that access closed off of 16, we will be kind of tucked in amongst those subdivisions. And as far as the design, we did meet with Ryan and Sean and actually rehashed over the elevations and added some additional enhancements along the street frontage along Highway 16, as well as on the north and south facades and on the back frontage road when we knew that that would be our entrance. We went ahead and embellished that too, so it's an intended professional access for the future. We feel that this type of use is needed in this area. And in working with city and staff, we should be able to achieve water and sewer access from the south from that cul-de-sac that would be where that future roadway is intended. In talking with ITD, they're saying that that Highway 16 portion might take about 5 years. And so in the meantime, they have granted us that temporary access. We are fine with that being closed at that time. Just wanted to just make that perfectly clear. As far as concerns for impact, we feel it's a very low impact use. It has very low traffic counts, even lower than your traditional storage. Traditional storage has the lowest traffic rating in ACHD's impact fee structure. These are much larger units and there are much less of them. You don't have 5x5s, you have 50s by 30-foot spaces. And so the traffic count is actually substantially less than you would traditionally have. And in review of the site, we don't have any classified historic characteristics or any natural or significant considerations for the site itself. We did have the comment from Toll Brothers about their access, which we removed that. And then as far as ITD's approval, they will want us to prepare and submit an application for an encroachment permit. And then we can't do any advertising as well. We are fine with both of those conditions. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from council?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen?
So starting at the last point, as far as signage goes, do you intend to have, I know that the law states not within the ITD right of way, do you intend to have signage within your property bounds on banners and stuff on the outside of the buildings?
So our conceptual renderings show our proposed signage. So right now we would have what we call building integrated signage. So it's signage that's actually attached to the building and complements the structures.
So permanent, it's not going to be swapped out or, eventually just kind of hang there.
They're physically attached to the buildings.
As far as are all of these enclosed, or are there some of them open? You mentioned storage of RVs and boats and stuff like that. Or some of them open spaces just covered?
Yeah, Councilmember Nielsen. Apparently, these are all proposed buildings. The term building would imply that they are enclosed.
Okay, I thought so, but we got to ask him to be sure. And then as far as somebody owning them, what can they do inside?
It's a great question. Until we get the utility infrastructure, they can store their boats and RVs, but we would be stubbing a select portion of these condos for sewer and water, which they can then at a later date submit a tenant improvement or a bathroom or any proposed use that the city of Star deems appropriate. So some of those are going to be restricted through our CCNRs. And if council has any restrictions that they'd like to see, usually you can't live them. Or we already got that covered, but there may be other additional restrictions. I know, for instance, we've done these in Boise. Boise doesn't want to see a dishwasher. They don't want to see like basically things that would even promote somebody living there. So they view those on a case-by-case basis and restrict the uses based on what individuals want. What we typically find is people like having a bathroom in it. And every once in a while you'll have people set up a workbench. We have one kind of elderly couple that likes brewing. So they basically, when they're done brewing, they bring it there so that they can kind of hang out when they're done with their RV trip or whatever they're doing.
So essentially people could establish some sort of a shop do some light manufacturing?
Nope, that would all be restricted through CCNRs. And again, this is not intended to be something that you are operating a business out of. These are storage condos for temporary use. If, that being said, we do see some of these in Boise being used by like a mechanical company, somebody who's storing all of their large kind of ducts and things. And so they'll come in the morning, they'll get their gear for the day, they leave, then they come home in the evening and drop off their work vehicle, pick up their normal vehicle.
They're not actually manufacturing things or fixing
No,
things
sir.
on
Nope.
there. Okay. And that's covered through your CCNRs, you said?
Correct.
Okay. You got more questions?
Probably not for the applicant, just for the council and staff. The thing that's in my mind is being in a mixed use zone, then is this creating an opportunity for additional conditional use permit applications to come to us to do other uses within these buildings?
You do have a conditional use permit application in front of you specifically for the storage condos.
For the entire project,
For the
right?
entire
Not
project.
each
So you-
individual spot.
Right. So, and you also have an annexation application with a development agreement. So you can condition whatever you'd like based on this use and the testimony from the applicant.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Are you good there, Councilman?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Councilman Wheelock.
I just had a question. You mentioned a five-year timeline for ITD and 16 being improved to the point where that's difficult to come in and off of. What happens if the west access is not available yet? What happens in that zone?
So we have a couple different options that we vetted out. That's a great question, Councilmember Wheelock. So if it takes a while for Highway 16 to improve, it takes a while for this future road to improve as well. In talking with ITD, they've also acquired right of way that would allow them to make basically a frontage road to our property. So we would be able to access off of a frontage road. They don't recommend that because they want to be able to improve everything, and that's more of a temporary solution. So they're saying, well, let's just give you the access here now, and then we'll build that up, and hopefully your frontage road will be there by that time. But we do have an alternate if those timings don't work out.
That would make it look like a right in, right out kind of a access. Is that what I?
Yeah, and I would assume if they go that route, we would have to do a traffic study just because of the nature of that frontage road.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilwoman?
So I'm curious why like the mixed use designation was chosen for this piece, since it seems like all of it is storage. So would it like just, why wasn't it commercial? Why aren't you asking for commercial instead of mixed use? Because with mixed use, I think our comp plan, we're looking for a variety of uses in that. And is this all of the property? Is
You want
this is a full site and full all storage?
staff to answer the mixed use?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
John?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, they are following the comprehensive plan designation of mixed use. So that's why they're asking for the mixed use zone. And also keep in mind that I believe they're trying to keep the use as less intense as possible because of the access. So additional uses would increase the traffic counts. So the applicant was right. This is the lowest use you could have on this piece of property.
From a traffic standpoint.
From a traffic standpoint.
And that makes complete sense to me. I guess I'm just not sure then, why not just zone it commercial and have it this use put on that property?
Well, it would take a comprehensive plan amendment at
To
that
change the
time.
comprehensive plan to commercial, because right now it's mixed use. But storage units are allowed in the mixed use zone. They're asking for annexation with the zoning of mixed use to meet the comp plan. Then conditional use permit for the use.
I think I see where you're going with that, though. I mean, as we came up with the definitions of mixed use, specifically, it calls for more than one use. And the idea, especially along this corridor, was that there would be this combination of commercial uses with residential and things like that, kind of allow for that more of that planned unit development type thing. I think we also anticipated that perhaps it wouldn't just be houses built along Highway 16. And so going back to kind of some of those original intents and discussions as we had when we came up with that comp plan, it feels like this is a really appropriate use for that particular property. And I can see where you're going with that, Councilwoman, because when you look at our definitions, this clearly is only one use where we've been very emphatic that we want multiples. But I think the circumstances around this compared to what we originally envisioned have changed.
Right. And so then we are not following our intent of the comprehensive plan by, allowing just one use in this mixed use area.
But you also got to look at the nature of the property and what's available to use.
Well,
I mean,
I totally
everything's
agree.
different.
It makes sense, but it just
Yeah, and the burden of that really,
taking the burden.
well, but we already did that when we approved all houses along Highway 16. And so we can't take that full burden and just apply it to this applicant. That's my opinion. But
Okay. Moving along to another question I have. So in our pathway master plan map, we do have a proposed future, I think it's a community pathway. And maybe Sean, you can remind me if we have one on the northern side of the Middleton Canal and the Rosti property, if they have a pathway proposed in there or set aside and then there's also on the west side, we have a proposed future community pathway on that master pathway map.
I think, is Middleton the only one on Rosti?
No, there's three.
There's three. There's one that has the path all the way through it. That goes all the way west through the American Star.
Yeah, and there's a north-south connector to connect to Middleton Canal from State Street. And this is the only connector we have going north-south to Middleton Mill. So I think it's important that we set aside some public access for a future pathway.
So would the sidewalk on that collector road count? I mean, in theory, we're using the sidewalks as collectors. I mean, as connection points. Because that's a collector road right there. That's basically going to connect to the collector road and the Rosti Farm subdivision that has the sidewalks going up and down. And that's where they would put that path. The reality of trying to put it on the east side of this project is not going to happen with the Moyle project that's down below, the way that we approved that with the ponds and the development around that. That's already been approved. And with the Graylock project south of that. So I personally think you utilize the collector road as your pathway north and south.
Oh, because there's a full collector future collector road.
And that's what that's
Full.
intended, right? To be collector, and then that will drop down in front of Graylock with a sidewalk going around.
Okay, and the width of the sidewalk will meet our requirements.
Yeah, when they build that road.
Uh-huh. Okay,
So that's where I would put that.
okay, that makes sense. I'd be satisfied with that.
Okay.
Then I can't answer your question
No,
about the ditch on the Middleton Canal. I believe it was the middle.
Well, one of them, the Rosti development has, and that's it, put our east-west pathway that runs right from there to American Star.
Okay. So, okay.
Not all of them get that, right? Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
So we have one up here on this. So, okay. Any other questions of the applicant at this time? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hatch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hess?
Hatch.
Oh, I thought you said Hess. I'm like, wait a minute. Mr. Hatch,
Mayor.
appreciate it. We're going to go to Brian Burnett.
Council members, Brian Burnett, 1125 West Two Rivers Lane, Eagle, Idaho. I'm the owner of one of the owners of the property, and just to give a little light, because I know the biggest confusion thing is going to be all the access points. We had that collector road drawn into the back from Rosti Farms. The landowner to the north of us that's got 2.5 acres wasn't required to push that road through yet until they built their house, their second structure. So in that, you've got a landlocked piece of property where ITD has to give us front access. And what they've told us is if that collector road doesn't go in the back, they will build the frontage road, which is unfortunate on the taxpayers, but from Floating Feather down to our property. And they have 60-foot right of way through these properties. We have given them 40. We have to give them another 20, which is drawn in here, so that they can build that to us if the access points don't come to fruition by time they close down Highway 16. So they've already got that right away, even though they don't want to use it for it, but they would have to accommodate us. So the question was, they said it would take them about 5 years to finish that project. But in the meantime, if it becomes we're impeding too much traffic because they're not requiring us to put in a center lane or any acceleration lanes, it would go to a right in, right out first, where someone would have to go to Floating Feather, turn around, go right in, right out. And then it would be, do you have access in the back? No, we have to build this frontage road if we're going to finish our project. So that's kind of the timeline.
So the frontage road is third priority, right in, right out would be before that.
Correct. That's my understanding.
So, Mr. Burnett, I want to ask a question. I think, did you say they're not going to require you to put a right in turn lane or a left in lane?
They aren't.
So that's something I think we need to discuss.
They gave us, well, we've got a wider entrance, I believe, but when we met with them, director at first said we probably have to have a right lane in for a right in, right out. But like Mr. Hatch said, this is the lowest traffic count impact development. So underneath the IDAPA standards, if you have less than 100 trips a day, they're not required. They're unable to require you to make those conditions. So that's kind of where it sits, and it's temporary because they're obviously going to widen this whole thing. So it would be not cost effective to have us put that in and then have it go right away. So I just wanted to clarify those access points and what the agreement and what ITD's told us so that you guys understand it. Because I know as I was bringing information to Sean, he was like, are you sure? Are you sure? ITD, are you sure? But in the rule book, basically this is what we've come to by the other access points, at least not being developed or kind of shut off underneath terms and conditions that the city negotiated with the neighbors.
But I also think that bringing this in, that with an annexation, that we have an opportunity to make it right with a ITD, because here's my problem. I get it, cost effective, but what about life effective? What about somebody cross? Because we've had a horrible accident just north of that property, right there. Someone trying to cross and going in with that 60 mile an hour, and technically it's supposed to be at 55. But they're shooting at 65 miles an hour.
I believe what they will do in front of this entrance is put just the divider in to make it to where it's right in, right out, where you go down to Floating Feather.
Now or later?
I don't know. I'd have to clarify that.
Wonder if we can we make that part of our
to clarify
development
that. You know the strip they put down the middle.
Yeah.
So
They're centered the
center
the
strip,
concrete divider. Yeah.
Because the ITD is notorious for giving people right ins, right outs, but the reality is everyone turns into them unless they put a strip
Right.
on. I live on Eagle Road, so I know. Or they just jump over it. So you're never gonna solve all those problems. But anything you do is at least temporary. Because they're widening this, they're going to do it, and the access is going to come in the back eventually.
I'm okay with the project. I'm just looking at the life safety aspect of this. Is it more, should we just do it right in, right out now only? To protect? Here's the deal. Well, I don't, why can't you? You're just an annexation. And if ITDs will allow only right in, right out, which they would, I just don't want cross street traffic, people crossing that highway and getting hammered.
Right. But
right?
you, but
That's
you-
a concern.
But underneath the IDAPA rules, the legislation, you don't own, STAR doesn't own the Highway 16, right? So you're putting restrictions on Highway 16
You're asking to annex into my city, and that's an agreement between the two of us.
Right. For the
So-
property.
Right.
I don't own the property into the road.
No, I get that. But if ITD will allow only the right in, right out, then
yeah,
there's not an issue. I'm gonna tell you, in my conscience, I'd have a hard time approving something on a highway that they're gonna get killed. And I get, we're gonna get an access point in the back. But in 5 years, a lot can happen,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? That's to me is bad policy to approve something that you're just setting people up for failure.
Yeah,
Even though I think it's a good project.
Right. But as a developer, I can't go to ITD and say, hey, you have to force me to do a right in, right out.
I can go to ITD and say,
I need a divider.
no, but I can strongly
You can-
encourage ITD to allow only right in, right out.
Right.
Ask for a divider in there.
I agree. I just
Yeah.
don't have that authority.
We can work together. with them. Anything's possible.
And that's it. You got any questions for me?
Any question of Mr. Burnett?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen?
I'm going to double down on what the mayor is trying to work with you on.
I understand.
And just really, have you been here all night? So
Yeah.
did you sat through our long first hearing? The applicant's willingness to work with us was really important in them getting permission to move ahead. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to vote to deny this if we don't work on the traffic.
Okay.
So I think the mayor is offering you an opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're always willing to work with the city. I mean, I've got a lot of developments around here. They know, and I am obviously a good neighbor, and I think the access should be in the back, even originally. So I totally
get it.
understand.
And
Totally
and to be fair, they have been good because they've come to us with several different projects to try to find what fits.
Yeah.
We just need to find safety.
And the mixed use designation, like I was fine with commercial. Actually, ITD didn't want the commercial because the commercial automatically means more trips in and out of the only access point that you have in the front first.
You know what I'd really like to see here is a nice right in, right out, and an RV park instead of storage.
Makes one of you.
Chris?
Mayor, I'm just listening to this conversation. I'm wondering if there's an alternative there where it's either you fix the direct access to Highway 16 or ITD builds that frontage road immediately. And so you have that access. And I don't know if that totally solves the problem, but maybe there's multiple ways to
There's multiple ways to
accomplish
do
the
it.
safety issue, I guess is what I'm suggesting, and not just making everybody work towards one solution.
Got it. Any other questions? Mr. Burnett, before we, okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Mr. Craig Kramer?
Mr. Mayor, city council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's Kwame, by the way, at 1026 West Two Rivers Lane, Eagle, Idaho. I'm here to speak in favor of approving the project. Few comments you've already heard, some you haven't heard. I think the market is very good for this because it's very difficult to find a storage condominium in the area right now that's local. So I think it would be good for the city. It would also be good for the city because with all the development going on in Star and the potential development that's going to be going on in the immediate area with all the housing going on. I know keeping up with infrastructure requirements is difficult. This is a very low impact infrastructure type development in terms of water, in terms of sewage, electricity, et cetera. Also, it's a great project to increase tax revenue for the city without any population increase. So I think that's a real benefit to the city of Star. It'll also help, and I think you've heard this already, it'll help with the other developing neighborhoods in the area with getting the boats, the trailers off the streets, driveways, side yards, backyards, et cetera. Another positive aspect of this is these units, they're owned, not rented, and a lot of them will be customized by their owners. So that will help local businesses with such things as flooring, painting, lighting, sound systems, cabinet chest, and customizing their individual units. And I think that will be good for local business. So I just wanted to bring those points out. And if you've got any questions, I can answer those.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Miss Michelle Galloway.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Galloway. I reside at 1025 Highway 16. My daughter, her husband, and my grandkids reside at 1015 Highway 16. We live on the same property. We are the adjacent property north of the proposed development. Between this development and Toll Brothers, you have to go through me. In October 2021, I was told that a road was dissecting my property going down to State Street and that I had no recourse. It was a done deal. I delayed and redesigned the build of my home for 4 months at a significant cost as I worked around this proposed road. I finally had a meeting on my property with Mr. Nickel and Mr. Field. Mr. Nickel was adamant that I not build in this proposed roadbed. I asked how he planned on taking our property for the road. Mr. Nickel said the city would never use eminent domain. At that point, I realized I had been lied to and misled in the fact that I was told this road was an absolute. Inconveniently, I complied and I built my home outside of this imaginary roadbed, which has now reappeared. So I come to this meeting with the full disclosure that I am a little angry and with prejudice. City of Star Conditional Uses Section D states that Mr. Burnett's project must minimize adverse impact of use on other property. It wasn't Toll Brothers that told them they couldn't have access into Toll Brothers. It was me. You cannot put a fire access across my road, or that proposed future roadway is going across my property. They were told, both Mr. Nickel and Mr. Burnett were told last spring that we would not allow them access across our road, across our property. And the fact that they are still proposing a road across there is just unacceptable. In my opinion, Mr. Burnett bought the property without doing his due diligence. To assume that you can include another person's property in your development plans is presumptuous. The fact that they are still proposing a road is unacceptable. We will not pay for Mr. Burnett's lack of foresight as he tries to change the property's use. And we do not agree with Mr. Nichols' assessment that there is no adverse impact on other property. It impacts our property directly. That proposed road is supposed to go between my tiny house and my grandkids. And you're going to put a 50-foot road between me on my property. Unless you are taking it by eminent domain, the answer is no. And if you've already told me that that road is dead south and that you can't go through Mike Moyle's property, then that road is dead and you have no recourse. I'm angry. I disclosed. Okay, so
15 seconds, ma'am.
we support his right to develop his property, but he has no right to our property in order to develop his property. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, we got, is it Mr. Chad Hartley? Is that how, okay, thank you.
My name's Chad Hartley. I live at 1015 North Highway.
So hang on, make sure you get in the microphone.
Sorry about that. Chad Hartley, live at 1015 North Highway 16. I am the home that is the big fire station that everybody sees. That's me. It's just very interesting. The letter that we actually received isn't this same packet. So I just wanted to clarify which plan are we going off of, because on the one that we received, it does show the fire access. If that's now been taken away at the north side of the property, can we clarify that? Are we going by this one?
This is the proposed site plan, yes.
Great. So then the future roadway that's going left as a collector, that's why Toll Brothers is now denying it. They don't want a whole bunch of cars coming right through the middle of their subdivision just to get to the storage unit. But you guys are actually like forgetting that we live there with my 2 special needs kids that I have a mother-in-law that helps us take care of. So you want to build a 50-foot right through the middle of my backyard that separates my house from my kids where their grandparents live. I think if any one of you guys had a road going through the back of your yard, you would think twice about approving that. Not to mention there's a well right in the middle of it. That's where all of our sewer and our water are, and to her. So you're going to dig up my backyard, take away my water, take away my sewer, possibly impact the power that we've put in. How long am I going to be out without my services? Don't tell me that this project doesn't negatively impact. I actually think it's a great idea. I would probably buy one. Like, I think it's a great project. I'm not opposed to the project at all. I actually think it's a really good use. And I think they're great buildings. I like the proposal. Like, that's great. But you can't come through my property for your sole benefit of your project. So find a way, another way. And last thing I want to add is they say that there's water and sewer readily available at the corners. It's not. Again, you're going to be taking a traco right through the middle of my land to get to your property to serve one person's toilet in their personal storage unit. I don't really think that's a good idea. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Chris Todd.
Chris Todd, business address 12537 West Goldcrest, Star, Idaho 83669. Just a couple questions. Like I said, I'm not against the obviously private property rights. That'd be against my employment. But coming down to the access point is my biggest thing. Highway 16. Hopefully they get the environmental study done in the next 2 years. Maybe they start construction 2 years after that. Hopefully, right? A lot of these times, these highway projects get delayed based off of funding, especially when we have a lot of other construction going on. So my first question, maybe Mr. Hatch can kind of answer when he's doing his rebuttal. So we're taking those two properties, combining the accesses into one access that'll come in to the site to be able to feed the property is the way I'm looking at it. Because you have the old roofing company that was to the north, is that correct? And then you have the house that's to the south. So two properties, two access points. We're going to combine those access points into one. So maybe we're netting -1 there, which is nice because Highway 16 is supposed to be an expressway, Emmett, all the way to the interstate. So the least amount of access points, the better. I'm in favor of the right in, right out. I drive this multiple times a day. I've been there when there has been pretty significant accidents coming around. That straightaway, everybody kind of floors it right there. Next comment is more on the base of the eCamp map. I don't know if we have a copy of that we can show the public. So we do have, these access points that we were trying to get, so we won't have these issues off of Highway 16, whether it's frontage roads, whether it's backage roads, but just some sort of circular way to get in and out. It seems like we're a little pinched, sounds like, to the north from the folks that are here tonight. But hopefully there's been a little bit of foresight with Moyle to be able to get access down to Graylock. Otherwise, it's why even have it there if we're not having any access north, and if we're stuck with Moyle to the south, maybe we put a line kind of to nowhere. So that's my question that I just have issue I have a question about. My biggest thing is just trying to limit as much access onto Highway 16. I do agree with their comments about ADAPA and vehicle trips. The issue that we get into with those vehicle trips that are coming in and out of there is typically their trailers, typically their toys, typically they're being hauled by something. So that creates a little bit different of a traffic or a vehicle trip in that they're slowing down. They will cause issues in traffic. That roofing company, I cuss at them at least once a week when they were fully going because they were running roofing shingles, materials in and out. It was a pee in the ass. Or
15 seconds, Chris.
I think that's all I got. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions of Chris? Okay, thank you. Mr. Todd Collins.
Hello again, Todd Collins. I live at 4718 North Echo Summit Way in Star, Idaho. I have a real concern with this temporary access solution on Highway 16. Right in, right out sounds great, but as Chris was alluding to, you're going to have very large vehicles coming down south on Highway 16 and entering into this complex, which is gated and which is going to be only allowing one vehicle in at a time. So where are all these vehicles going to stack up? They're going to stack up on the main road on Highway 16. Unless some provision is made on their property to allow these vehicles to come onto the property and wait in line to get into the development. Also on the site plan, their gate is indicated to be 50 feet from the roadway. In the text, it says it's supposed to be 100 feet. So there's a discrepancy there that needs to be worked out, which will cause substantial changes to their buildings where the gate is. In the summer, when Firebird is in full activity, there is a tremendous amount of traffic coming down from the south with large trailers and whatnot. I imagine a lot of them are probably going to want to store their vehicles there. That's going to just contribute to the amount of traffic that's going to back up on Highway 16 southbound. That's really all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hatch, floor is yours.
Mayor and council members, thank you again. I just wanted to touch on a couple of the comments we heard from testimony. One consideration for mayor and council would be as far as the request when we present our access encroachment application to ITD, the consideration of requiring or considering a condition of approval that be a restricted access entry is a directive that we can go back to ITD, explain the intent of what council wants. We want people to conflict the accidents. We're not giving them a concise answer, which gives ITD the availability to look in their arsenal of solutions to come up with one that fits your needs, but also the intent of what ITD needs. Just food for thought consideration. This project works for several different access points, and how we hope things go is that our access comes relatively quickly from Moyles on the southeast with utilities. With that said, the provisions from ITD have a range of solutions, but in the world that we like and have made provisions for optimistically, we would want that access to be coming fairly swiftly from the southwest. And then just a point of clarification for Chris Todd, we currently have 3 access points, and we would be consolidating that down to just 1 access point on Highway 16. With that, both ITD and ACHD have restrictions as far as where your access gates can be on a highway and on a collector and on roadways. And we meet their intent as far as what they have regulated us for backup space on this current design. And I will stand for any additional questions.
Any additional questions of the applicant? Anybody?
Mayor Chadwick.
Councilman Nielsen?
I'd like to hear, given the testimony about the property to the north, that you're still proposing to go through that property and divide those 2 homes. I can't tell from the maps what the case is there. So can you be very detailed and leave Toll Brothers out of it because they're obviously not your neighbor?
Yeah, Councilman Nielsen, that particular concern comes prior to my involvement. I'm not actually familiar much with the concerns of that particular access point. It seemed like it wasn't something that we were going to get granted access for. But with that, I think that Ryan could probably elaborate more on that back history if you want a little bit further summary. So
yeah, I mean, if it's shown somewhere on these drawings, and again, it's just been represented here tonight that it is, but if you're still showing that you're going to go through that property, yet we've heard here tonight that you're not, Let's hear the resolution to that.
Yeah, I believe that this was more of a municipal dispute. At least that was what I got, but I think Brian could probably elaborate.
Brian Burnett, 1125 West Two Rivers Lane, Eagle, Idaho. So the dispute is when Rossi Farms and Toll Brothers was putting in their subdivision, it was hopeful, I think, by the city to be able to put a collector through there to Moyle's property. So they had Rossi Farms stub sewer water and their roadway to the edge of their 2.5 acres in the back corner. Because they're in the county and they're not in the city, I believe they went to the county, got permits to build their garage structure, the firehouse, and they placed that. I don't know if that was before or after your guys' requirements of where the water and sewer stubbed in and where you wanted the future roadway, but it was in the county, so they didn't have to abide by those rules. And I think they were told, and that was her testimony, was they had this misconception that they had to do it. And so she had to build her house outside of it. So as landowners, we were contacted from the county that said, do you mind if they put this house right here, this little house right here? We knew the access would come through, or we thought the city was forcing them to come through with the access. So we said, well, as long as you build it and you don't mind what we're doing over here and you bring the road through, we're fine with you building a teeny house behind your son's house. And we didn't show up at public hearing or try to stop her from doing what she wanted. In the meantime, I received documents from Star Water and Sewer, and most people don't know that Star Water and Sewer is not attached to the city, it's separate. So Brad gave me the document that he had them sign that said that they were allowed to build their tiny house and they would not pull the road or utilities through there until they built their third residence. So they have a garage, they have a tiny house, and the documentation with Star Water and Sewer is that at the point when you actually build your house in the front, your third structure, and I don't know if this was a mistake on the city or the sewer, or if it was their foresight to be able to stop a project going in and something going through their property. I don't know that. That's speculation. But Star Water and Sewer signed this agreement that said at your third structure, you will then be required to pull this through the water and sewer and stub it over to me. And that's what it says. However, I believe that they built a garage. They live in one side of it and they don't need to build their third residence. So they were able to stop this pro-development connector by not ever needing or wanting to actually build their third residence. And that's speculation, but I believe that's what happened. That's kind of my theory. But everything was stubbed to them to be able to go through here. Mr. Moyle, I know Mr. Moyle, we've talked to him. We talked about the other route going down. And I think for traffic flow for the city, everything, obviously this makes more sense to take everything off of 16. And I do believe in the future, when that will go through on their property is when ITD widens in 5 years Highway 16 and they cut off these residential accesses and show that they have an access right into their property from Rossi Farms. And now we want everybody off 16 because we want to close it because it's such a big corridor.
So for the purposes of your project, are you or are you not relying on that access at any point in the future?
So I'm not relying on it, but we left it drawn in because the city said at some point when ITT cuts this off, we believe we will get this connection through here. So we've drawn it for the city to be in there, but we don't need it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, hearing none. It's 11:20. I'm going to close the public hearing and go to council deliberations. Oh. Sorry. Did you have more to say? Okay. So 11:20, it's closed. We're going on to council deliberations. It's 11:20, it's closed. We're going to council deliberations. Guys, I like to go home before midnight.
Well, that's not going to happen. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hershey.
You know, on the mixed use part, I think it's fine because when you pull back the lens a little, you see exactly it's going to be mixed use. And that was our full intention for this piece of property. I remember, this is the one I remember several times we've fought putting houses there because it needed to have the separation. Now, when it comes to the access to anyone's property, I will not say that has to happen because that's not my property. It's not your property. It's their property. And that's just how it has to be. That's one of the beautiful things about property. And, but I would be for this if I can hold the mayor to his promise that he will work with you with ITD to get the best possible solution for the access. I think this thing's dying. Is it working?
Yep, you're good.
And you sounded like you made that promise. So
I work with
100%
ITD. It's not
for
hard
that
to
way.
do.
And
Yep.
I was just stuck for a few minutes thinking you can actually own these things. But I think it's a great idea. I really do. And I understand that Highway 16 is rough. I understand Highway 16 has got problems. But I also understand in the future that it's going to have to be addressed. And if they cut off your access, some solution would have to be presented.
Okay.
Anyone else, or do you want me just to go forward?
Any further comments?
Mayor Chadwick,
Councilman Nielsen?
you know, I like where you're going with that, Councilman Hershey. And I think as far as access is related, you know, as we consider what a motion might look like, what I'd like to see in it is that the applicant is required to construct the right in, right out, pending the city's ability to negotiate that with ITD or some solution with ITD that mitigates the traffic.
Okay.
I thought you were wanting to make the motion, so.
Make it. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hershey?
1 second. We have to go to the second page. Let me try to read this right. Oh, the previous page. I can't read anyway.
Bottom.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to approve the Burnett Storage Annexation and CUP files Alpha Zulu 2213 and Delta Alpha 2214 and Charlie Uniform 2206 with the conditions that the applicant is required to have the right in, right out. Am I saying that right, Councilman Nielsen?
Work with ITD.
To work with ITD on the right in, right out, while the city of Star also works with ITD and the applicant to mitigate the entrance exit solution.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second by Councilman Wheelock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Hershey,
Aye.
Wheelock,
Aye.
Salmonson, Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. On item F, we need to table this until February 21st. So February 21st for the applicant's request because they realized it was going to be really late.
They were smart.
They were smart.
Chadwick, I also
Councilwoman?
move that we table the First Street Townhome subdivision public hearing to February 23rd.
First,
Oh, sorry, 21st.
yes.
I'm tired.
Okay, February 20, so we got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, second by Councilman Wheelock. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, or I'm sorry, roll call? No, roll call. We're gonna keep it the same.
Hershey.
Aye.
Wheelock. Aye. Salmonson,
I
Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. On the item 6, this action item, we have Chief coming up here to talk about an Idaho Transportation Office of Highway Safety Grant application that we need to get submitted this month, and you guys have to approve it if you choose for us to do so.
30 seconds. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I appreciate the time tonight. I guess it's still good evening. It's almost good morning here in a little bit. I'll try to take less than a couple hours to explain this grant to you. But no, in all seriousness, I do appreciate the opportunity here. Real quickly, I want to give you kind of a snapshot, not only about this grant, and how I think it'll help us achieve the goal. I know as a city, we put in our comp plan to have 1 to 1,000, so 1 officer per 1,000 residents. Currently, we have 13 commissioned officers. We have, back in June, Compass did a population count of 15,280 with their estimate. I think by the end of fiscal year, end of this year, we'll be close, knocking on the door of 18,000 people with the house built since June of last year, and with the projected house building, I think it's 348 homes they're projected to build in this year, and we're gonna be close to that 18,000 mark. So I'm trying to see how we can accomplish that with the overall safety of the city and trying to get that 1 to 1,000. I think this grant in front of me here will help ease the burden of the paying for another deputy. That's what this does. So back in October, the city council and the city came together and added an additional sergeant for the Star Police Department, which was a huge benefit. During that time, there's also discussed of adding 2 more deputies before the end of the fiscal year of that. And so just to kind of give you an idea to make sure you know what kind of the vision that we have for the Star Police Department is, if that occurs, if we can add 2 more deputies before the end of the fiscal year, we would add additional shift to the Star Police Department. Right now, we're running at 4 shifts. We have the early day shift. Day shift. We have the late day shift, late swing shift, and the graveyard shift. And I won't go through all the hours of what those shifts are just for time here. But I'd add an additional swing shift, which would give us essentially 3 deputies when you have everybody working, 3 deputies in the most busiest time for the city of Star, and also the most traffic that's coming through and the most calls that we get, which is in those late afternoon, in the evening, early, late evening kind of calls. So that would add that. This here, what we're looking at is October 1 is when this, if they do accept it, if tonight you approve us to apply for this grant and Idaho Transportation Department selects us for the grant, this would be adding 1 more deputy that would be focused on traffic enforcement, would be the main focus that they have. What I would like to do at that time is also add another traffic deputy to assist with all the traffic issues that we have here. But not only that, these 2, and again, I know I'm kind of going off what the grant is, and I'll explain it here in a second, but these 2 deputies would, it would be different. The City of Star's never had a special team, so to say. We've never had a team. We've always had somebody to a shift that gets calls and they have to go to calls. These 2 deputies would be focusing more on traffic through Highway 44, Highway 16, 2026 as we continue growing and taking in more of 2026, and also all the traffic throughout the subdivisions and the main streets in the city of Star. The calls I get most as chief, the complaints, is traffic related. I know that the mayor's been with a couple of HOA meetings with me where people complain about traffic and speeding going through. I really think we need to have deputies dedicated to try to focus on that. But not only just focusing on the traffic of writing citations, getting the speed down, educating the public, but it'll also be focused on finding, dope in vehicles. So narcotic situations. Majority of our arrests back last month, when I presented the last month numbers, were a lot of narcotic arrests, people traveling through on Highway 44. We know that there's, 16 to 18,000 people that travel Highway 44 on a daily basis. And so we know that there's going to be some narcotic movement between Highway 44, Highway 16 going to Emmett and back and forth between there. There's going to be some there. And also looking for burglary items, any type of burglaries that we have. So what's neat about this, I guess the special team that we'd put together is not only they'd be traffic related, and that'd be their main focus, but we could pull them if we get burglaries like we had 3 houses hit in one night over in Spurwing. It wasn't ours, not City of Stars, but it was close to us, that we could pull this team and they could focus with the property crime detective to do, nightly surveillance. They could get out, walk around, try to be able to interview people that are walking around and try to suppress the crime that way. They could work on person crimes as well. Anything that has to do with, Chief Huff over in Nampa, I went to a meeting with him. Mayor was there as well. He talked about just this last year, they had, the year before that, they had 8, I guess you'd call it trafficking cases that involved young kids. This last year, they had 36. He says, I don't think it's growing that fast. It's the fact that we're paying attention to it. And I wonder at times, we've had a few cases come through here where young 13, 14-year-old girls are being picked up by 25-year-old men outside of, even outside of Ada County, coming from Cannon County. I wonder how much that is happening. And that's what we can kind of use this team to do this. So let me get to the reason why we're here tonight, this grant that would help, I guess, pay for one of those deputies to be there. So this grant has, as we talked about adding deputies and trying to get to that 1 to 1,000, I started looking around and I talked to the city of Kuna. City of Kuna actually applied for this grant yet last year, got it. And what they did is they ended up adding two motor traffic deputies that are on motorcycles that focus just on traffic. One of those are paid through this same grant. So real quick, the reason why I have to do it tonight is that this application has to be put in by February 28th at 5 o'clock that evening. So if it gets approved, we can get it submitted there. It would be the city of Star that's applying for it, not Star Police Department. I did write the grant. It's the first grant I've ever written. And so I did learn quite a bit through that. I've been working with the Kuna city clerk. And also I've talked to ITD, some people over there helping me write this grant. So as I quickly go through, the Star Police Department and the City of Star focus on addressing excessive speeds, aggressive driving, impaired driving, burglary activity, and drug activity on State Highway 44, State Highway 2026, State Highway 16, as well as other city Star roads. We can better address the above areas of concern by hiring one traffic deputy that will be assigned to investigate and enforce laws pertaining to impaired driving, distracted driving, motorcycle, bicycle, pedestrian laws, aggressive driving, transportation of illegal narcotics, locating stolen property to include stolen vehicles, and all other traffic laws. This program will help educate the public on traffic laws, child passenger safety, and will reduce accidents, near accidents, and increase overall traffic safety issues in Star. Some of the numbers I gave in this grant, I know that you have it and you can kind of look through it as I briefly go through it. But so in 2020, we had 71 total crashes in the city of Star. In 2021, we had 97. In 2022, it dropped to 84. And with about 2.6 fatal injury crashes per 1,000. A lot of those, we talked a lot about Highway 16 tonight. Some of those are on Highway 16. It is one of the more dangerous highways that go through here. The other thing that I thought was interesting too is the focus on youth drivers. So that's anybody under the age of 19. They're 2.4 times as likely as other drivers to be involved in a fatal or injury crash. And the City of Star has about 25% of the population of City of Star is under 18 years old. So we would focus more on that as well. So the goal would be is to hire one full-time deputy to focus on traffic enforcement to include excessive speeding, aggressive driving, impaired driving. I go through all the ones I just read to you there. I'm gonna skip down. And then one of the things, not only this one full-time deputy, but if we do add that second deputy, what I've noticed, both City of Eagle and City of Kuna have two deputies that are dedicated just for traffic. Listening to Eagle and seeing their numbers, when those two deputies work on the same side of the week, their traffic stops go up and they work off each other. So we know that Highway 44, and I've been out there trying to make traffic stops too. Highway 44 has such a big flow of traffic going through it. It's extremely hard for law enforcement officer to get behind the vehicle he wants to pull over that was breaking the law because of all the traffic. So the idea again is if we can come October 1, we can add two deputies for traffic, this I guess the special team. They would work with each other on Highway 44. So say, for instance, you could have one of the deputies sitting here in front of City Hall, calls out a blue F-150 traveling at 45 miles an hour. We have another deputy that sits more closer to 44 and 16, where he can get behind that vehicle and make a traffic stop without impeding everybody else and their safety here closer to here. So again, they kind of work off each other and they help each other out for those traffic stops. So I'm going to make this short. So what this does is the grant funds $127,306, which pays for the hours of that one deputy. They can't do equipment, so it pays for the hour of that one deputy. The nice thing about the grant, it doesn't have to be that one deputy that has to do those hours. It can be spread across all the Star Patrol team. And so how City of Kuna does it, and we do it the same way here, is each month, our data analytics will put together all the traffic hours we spent. Everything we did on traffic stops or traffic enforcement, they put all the hours together. That's sent over to our finance, Tara Wright, who does all the payroll stuff. She puts together all the numbers on an Excel sheet that's already built, and she sends that to me. I look at it, make sure it's good. I send it to the city, probably JMac. He ends up looking at it, he signs it, sends that to ITD. ITD then cuts a check to the city of Star for that. It's about $10,000 a month is what it comes out to. So the nice thing is if that Star deputy that's focused on traffic, if they're off for 3 weeks because of sickness or whatever it might be, we don't have to worry about it. We still use other Star deputies to do that traffic enforcement. But again, having somebody dedicated to traffic enforcement, looking for violations and the narcotics traveling up and down the roads, the burglary items, those type of things, I think would be a huge help to the city of Star. So the city of Star, the heavy lift for us would be that we would have to buy the equipment. So it'd be the fully outfitted Tahoe, which I'm not sure if we'll use a Tahoe. That's what I have in the grant. We can always change that down the road. The Tahoe is the most expensive patrol vehicle because of the size and it's what we use throughout all of Ada County and the city of Star. However, there's different options that are a little smaller to be able to turn around a little quicker that I would rather go with. One of them's a Ford Interceptor. I don't know if you've seen the blue car that I drive around, but that's about $5,000 cheaper than the Tahoe. But the Tahoe that's listed on the grant is $65,544. The city of Star has to match 25% of the total amount requested. The neat thing is that can include the equipment. And so right now, since they won't buy the equipment or they won't pay for the equipment, if the city of Star did that $65,544 for that Tahoe, that's a 51% match. We're well over the 25% match. So it does pay for that. So again, it's the 2,080 hours that we'll get reimbursed for the officer's time of doing traffic. So that's kind of where we're at and what the grant is. I can stand for any questions.
Sorry, and we have the mitigation fees in place for the police, which we're projecting to have about $400,000 in that at the end of the year that would help fund the additional officer at that point as well. Just so you guys are aware. I don't know if you said that or not, but
I didn't know.
Yep.
Mayor,
Councilman Wheelock.
I'd love to make a motion that we move the city forward and accept and do what we need to do as a city to apply for the grant for the FY 2024 Idaho Transportation Highway Safety Grant application and all that entails.
Second.
We got a motion and a second by Councilman Nielsen. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
Okay, so
Thank
that
you.
motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Just real quick, guys. Thank you for enduring a long night. Councilman Hershey's birthday is next week. I think he is a Valentine's baby. Is that correct? He'll be out of town, so we gotta just tell him happy birthday tonight. So it's 11:39 and we're adjourned.